going on, Bandidos? And we're live. It's Saturday night, September 10th, 8:03 p.m. Hailing from the Pacific Northwest. And it's pissing rain here. I don't know about over there, but I should have brought my umbrella. So we had quite a day, Bandidos. It is Saturday, September 10th, and Ubisoft Forward happened today. This morning it happened. The happening. And it was, it was pretty interesting in the sense of it sort of kind of panned out, I think, we expected. So the Division did get, I guess, its spotlight, but it wasn't very revealing. So they did give us a little bit of footage, sort of like behind the scenes roll on Heartland, but we didn't get a launch date on Heartland, and that's the kind of disappointing part. I mean, they've been working on it for so long, and I think at this point we'd hope to see something there, but yeah, nothing. And that's all I was looking forward to mostly, and to see if there's going to be anything on Division 2. And also they showed us Resurgence, and not much to see there. Also, just another look forward to more testing, closed beta testing happening in the fall. So yeah, testing. So these things are still in their testing phases. So, who knows when those will be coming online, but I'm not gonna take a guess. Let's just leave it there. As far as the Division 2 goes, we did get some confirmation that the 13th will be the start date of Season 10, and that's what we expected, but it is officially announced also. And then they did, I guess, reconfirm or re-announce, however you want to say, that Year 5 content is a work in progress. So we're currently on Year 4, if you didn't know that. So you can count on another year of Division 2. So that's great news. I imagine that year of Division 2 is buying time to finish Resurgence and Heartland. So I don't think there's a coincidence there. You know what I mean? I think that sort of was probably part of the decision. Let's not shut down the Division 2 when these other Division-related games are still in progress. But what's also interesting is that they didn't mention anything about the Division 1 game, right? There was just nothing there. But seasons still drop from time to time, as far as I know, right? So anyway, so that's it basically, and so not much else really was worth mentioning. So on Monday, 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, which would be 10 a.m. Eastern Time, there will be a Season 10 reveal. So that's September the 12th. Monday, September the 12th will be the Season 10 reveal. And again, I don't expect any surprises. It's just going to be probably a little season trailer on the Manhunt, and then maybe a couple of glimpses on what to expect from the apparel events and the rewards track. But that's that. And if you haven't caught word, they also kind of revised ultimately their nerfs, or whatever you want to call it, for their rework on Striker. So they did slightly adjust the rework on Striker so that it doesn't degrade as fast at those upper stacking tiers. So maybe that makes it a little bit better. So it's still going to be hard to get up to 200, but at least it doesn't decay as fast. That's ultimately what they fixed there. And a couple of minor things they kind of walked back on, like the holster. So the holster is going to have an extra weapon damage core on it, which is, I like that. So they sort of reverted it. So it's not a perfect one. It's not at like 20%, but that does allow you to have, from what I can interpret, 30% total weapon damage coming off that holster. So I like to see that. That doesn't make it best in slot. It makes, I think, in my opinion, it makes it a really good option for holsters, and it opens up our build diversity. I don't think it shuts it down. So, yeah. So, I mean, there's nothing else worth mentioning in the notes that I saw, but there you go. So, what do you guys think? That's the rundown for today. There it is. And stream over. Just kidding. Just kidding. So what's good, Reaper, Div, Lord Clam, we got Bco, Sick Jim in the house, Anthony saying hello, swinging by, Big Duve, the Duvester. So I'm working, I got a couple of projects in the works right now, so I want to kind of give you a glimpse at what I'm doing here, and so this is going to kind of start out a little bit differently than what we normally do, but notice my characters are 143 and 299, so I'm going to log out here real quick, all right, so you can see what I'm working on. Hulking hour. Okay, so part of this is, so what I'm doing is I'm working on getting ready for season 10. So we only got a couple of days, right? So, and so I think what I've decided that one of my biggest priorities is going to be stash space, because we're going to have the new rewards track, which is just basically going to fill up your caches, and you're going to be filling up your stash space, trying to farm the best new holster, the best new shotgun, the best new whatever, right? So you're gonna get different and many variations, some of which will end up being trash and some of which you'll end up keeping for future builds. So you need to make room for that, right? And me myself, I got 1, 2, 3, 4 characters, as you guys already know, and so and they were all pretty much full. So part of what I'm working on to get ready for season 10 is, one is reorganizing them. So they always kind of get sort of messy every couple of weeks or so, because I start moving things around really quickly as my stash space is, just to make room real quick, and then, you know, characters get kind of messy. So so one, they need to be reorganized and things need to be put back in their proper places. But on top of that, it's now time that I need to start purging my characters. So let's go into character 3. So character 4 is obviously my newest character, and as you can see, I haven't played anything with this character. It says 19 hours. That's a lie. I haven't done any playing with this character. That's just log times I've been logged in with that character, but not actually played. You know what I mean, right? So this character, one day, same thing with this character, but these characters got massive SHD points under watches. So and then all of them, and so character 2 I have played with a little bit. So so probably this is probably my most precious character, because I've played with her just a little bit, but nothing to brag about. But let me go in here and let me show you what I've been doing. As soon as it decides to load up, give it a sec. It's coming. Thinking about it. And so I'll kind of break this down in my priority of things, but it does start with stash space. Okay, so it is the most what I consider vital resource in the game, because you are just flat out capped, and so no space, no new gear, if that makes sense, right? And so so look at my character. So this character was completely full. It's down to 56 items. So my goal is to delete everything but the gear that he is wearing, right? So that's my goal, is to whittle him down to everything. So I got lots of the decisions to make here, right? And so I get, some of these things are important to me. And, you know, I'm not going to lose my Virginian. That's, you know, God Roll Virginian. So I'm not going to delete the important things. But decisions have to be made. They just have to be made. You just have to, right? Like, one of the things is the Falsa. Like, for example, like, I know I'm not going to play with this. It's actually a pretty decent gun. But I know its real problem is its mag size, right? It's got a limited size mag at 40. But right now, this is the reason why I'm going to end up keeping this weapon is because we're now going to be able to extend our mag size by 20% with that new gear coming in. And so weapons like this will become sort of interesting, I think. And that's why I'm going to keep it, is to showcase, like, hey, you know, let's think about the weapons that could actually use that 20% additional ammo. Does it make those weapons really amazing. But if we always go for weapons like, for example, like the, I don't have one here, but like the Eagle Bearer, and try to push it to like 90, is that really realistic? Because aren't you just gonna reload somewhere sometime and somebody's shooting at you? I mean, that's like saying I'm gonna put out 90 rounds and nobody's gonna shoot back at me, right? Because when they shoot back at you, you go in cover, and when you go in cover, you can reload. So like, what weapons would actually make sense or benefit from 20% larger mag, right? And keeping in mind that you're just gonna reload from time to time. So anyways, that's what I'm thinking about, that, showcasing that. But otherwise, you know, the weapons that I'm just not using very much, but are nice to have, they're just gonna have to go because they're not a must-have, right? I have to make room, and we'll get more stoners, for example, if I decide to dump this stoner. We'll get more stoners in the future, right? I can craft more send-offs, but I don't use the send-off enough to warrant it staying in my stash. So these are the types of decisions that I'm gonna make, right? And so, like these Magnums, the 5.86 Magnum, it's really nice, but I'm not using it anymore. Same with the 6.86 Magnum, I'm not using it anymore. I'm either using the Liberty or the Ceres. I will keep my snub nose because it took forever to get that. I like that one. It's fun. It's the tiniest gun in the game. Yeah, Blasian, like what Blasian is saying, if it's not God World, delete it. If you don't use it, delete it. Kind of. I mean, I wish it was that simple, but the reality is that I can't say that without thinking about the new gear coming down the pipeline, right? So I do have that in mind, like this new gear and the ammo capacity thing, for example, like pistols. Like these are 6 shooters, for example. Like, so these might be guns. Speaking of, these might be guns like I would keep, because imagine coming up with a pistol build that's got 20% ammo. Do I care about that? Is it enough to make a difference? I don't know. I don't know yet. But that might be a reason why I wouldn't want to delete my 5.86. Or do I just test that on the Regulus? You know, that concept. It's the same concept. So I have to ask that question about everything. But like, for example, I've deleted all backpacks except for this one, and so it's a Murakami backpack, and it's got all the right rules for a medic. You know what I mean? But I don't play the medic enough, so dumping it. You know what I mean? And then we got this Golan. You know, it's nice, but I'm probably gonna end up deleting it. Might end up keeping that one. This Cheska glove. This is actually beautiful, but it's rare that a Cheska glove like this is going to take place over the contractor's gloves. And if I'm not wearing the contractor's gloves, then it's going to be a build that's really a little more, I guess, different, right? It's going to be a striker or something else. I wouldn't put the Cheska gloves there. So this would be a rare glove to stick there unless it was going to be a hybrid skilled damage build. And then I have improvised pieces for that. So that would be one that I would look at getting rid of, because again, improvised pieces save me a lot of space also. And then this one, I like this one because I can put an armor core there, I could put a red core there, and so I look at pieces that have perfect attributes that I can just swap out the core. Problem is it's not unique enough. I mean, Golem with armor regen already on it is not that rare of a piece. And then down here, you know, so that's basically what I'm looking at, because we know like the Emperor's Guards and Fox's Knee Prayers play a significant amount of time on the build. So from here, I'm going to keep these pieces. These are more rare pieces. Like this one is a beautiful piece to have. That would actually be one that I would play out. And then, of course, the Emperor's Guards are named DZ pieces. Eroldi. This one I'm going to dump. It's a beautiful piece and it's worth keeping. The reason why I'm not is because I want to find one that's got crit chance and crit damage already on it, and then I could just swap out the core. Otherwise, this is sort of like a mediocre piece, if that makes sense. If I have one where it's got crit chance and crit damage already on it, and I could swap out the core, then it's a more versatile piece, and it'll play the role of 3 pieces. I could put a skill tier, weapon damage, or armor on it. So that was one that I can dump. It's not flexible enough. This one's not rare enough, and it's flat damage down there, right? So I can get rid of that one. So there's a couple more pieces. I got 17 holsters I got to dig through. So Overlord holster is actually a really nice one on pistol builds, on sniper builds. but it's more focused on accuracy, where I'm more often going for stability and weapon handling. So in other words, a 2-piece Petrov would be more, how do you say, versatile and useful than this piece. But I'm gonna hold on to this one anyways, because I got a very special build that I'm gonna show for you guys on this one anyways. Actually, we might do that today, as a matter of fact, now that I remember. And then claws out. Unfortunately, I sit on these pieces and they just eat up stash space. But you can see that. But they're DZ exclusives. Can't get rid of those. That one, I'll keep. That one, I'll go ahead and dump. There's a Petrov piece worth keeping, so I'll keep that one. Bellstone with headshot damage, skill damage. I don't know. I don't know what I used that on before, but that would probably dump. That one I'll keep. Nope. See these similarities here? So I'll go ahead and dump that. It's not rare enough. Yeah. Tough, huh? This is technically better than this one by a millistat. So I'll keep that one. I'll dump that one. Mark that one as favorite. So this one's a shitty roll, but these are going to be Empress builds are going to be possibly important for the new legendaries. So Empress is a critical piece for many skill builds. So I'm going to hold on to those. A Grupo holster. I'm not sure if I have a duplicate there, so I'll keep that. So a few delete, so I can delete that, whittling away. But anyway, so I got this character down to 48. Now it's time for the weapons. So so basically if the character's holding them, so let's go to, I can delete them. So I'm gonna go ahead and put the, should I delete my Slayer? Yeah, we gotta find, so I'll go ahead and put the Stoner on. Actually, you know what? I'll put this one on. So here's a good example. Okay, so this black market looks nice, okay? This is a good example of one to delete. So it's triple god rolled, it's nice, and it's got Optimus. It's one that I would use. It's actually perfect, right? Optimus on the black market's amazing. However, notice I've used my reroll, right? I've re-rolled it already. That reroll was for the damage to targets out of cover, all right? So that means the talent is fixed, and that's what I don't want. I want weapons where my talent is flexible so that I can work for multiple builds, right? And let me just show you what I'm talking about. But you know, I realize you probably get it. Like the Cetar. So it's got all the right stats already. Assault, health, damage to targets out of cover, and my talent is fast hand, so I can change that talent to whatever I want anytime. That's the kind of weapons you want to keep, right? And this false is the same way. So that shotgun is why I want to delete it, because it's locked. And so if I really love the shotgun, then I need to go farm. I need to go farm for one where the talent is flexible. But now it's for now it's trash. 612. It's like this one's worth sort of dumping, unfortunately, but I don't have one in right now. I'm gonna dump this to send off. I don't use it enough. It's actually a pretty good gun though. Tsunami will keep. That one's a named item. Converter SRS, I don't use enough. It was a special one. Pinprick, I don't use it. I don't think I'm ever gonna use it. Perfect First Blood, it is a Dark Zone exclusive. But that talent is basically junk, so I'm gonna have to delete it. This one is, the talent is flexible, but I don't have damage to targets out of cover. I would prefer that on my rifle. Should probably delete it. I'll get a good one in the meet sometime before I create a build for that. Delete this urban MDR. It's got the right stats, so not god roll, and it's not an important enough weapon for me to keep it. Okay, so this was another one I was keeping on purpose so you can see the difference. So this one's got, I already used the roll, right? Damage to targets out of cover is what I did there, and it has steady hand already on it, which is great. It's actually perfect like it is, because that's how I like to run this USC. And then this damage to armor one has preservation, which is also really good talent. But the reality is that I would want this one to have damage to targets out of cover, and I'd re-roll that talent. But I'm gonna go ahead and delete this USC 45 ACP, even though it's close to perfect, but I need one where the talent is flexible. So for future builds, so that makes up a bunch more space. So there's 10 items, and so that's how I'm thinking about it. And so I have to have some weapons. I'm gonna delete this. The point is I'm not just deleting these things. I'm gonna delete this entire character. So this character has got 1,000 rewards left on it. So before I delete the character, I'm gonna pump all of those claim rewards into my watch. I'm gonna pump them. I'm gonna pump in some SHD count, and this sucks. They're fixing this, by the way. So I would be served to do this later, but I'm actually gonna accomplish this before season 10. So I'm gonna sit here. I'm not gonna do this on live stream because it'll bore the hell out of all of us. But I'll sit here and pump this watch until there's nothing left, guys. Until there's nothing left. I'm gonna even spend all my E credits and crush them. That's how much I'm gonna do this. So, and let's see, what do I need on that watch? Actually, let me show you what I do here. So printer filament is full. So I need titanium, steel. It doesn't really matter, I guess. Ceramics. Normally I'd go for printer filament because that's the easiest thing. But so knee pads are nice. Let me see if I can find some knee pads. Oh, look, a snub nose. Point man. Cheska. It doesn't really matter. So I don't have enough money to buy very many things. So I'm just gonna buy random crap here, and that's all I have. I'm out of money. There wasn't much money in that watch. Okay, so then so what I would do is I'd spend all my E credits, and then I would just crush everything that I purchased, you know. And so I try to do it based on what you need, obviously. So, but now I'm minimum E credits there, so I'm good there. And so from there, I'm just gonna fill everything up. But what's most important for me here is like the ceramics and poly and all this stuff. Like it comes and goes. I got other characters with thousands of rewards points left. Okay, so I'm not super worried about these things. I will fill them up close to full anyways, as much as I can, but otherwise everything's going to go to SHD collaborations. Now, part of this is like, what are it's sort of the same thing, but what we're going to do is I have all these important weapons that aren't at level 10, so that's the other way of spending your and I'm talking about expertise. That's the other way of spending your resources. And so I don't have them on here, so I'm not gonna be able to do it right now. But before I delete the account, I could take my chameleon and push it to level 11, right? And that's gonna use things like ceramics and whatever, random crap, right? And so I'm not quite to the point where it's gonna start sucking me drive exotics yet, and that's a good thing, because I don't want to spend my exotics. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna prioritize my weapons, and that's the other way. That's how I'm gonna spend those resources, is by leveling up. Because what else do I gotta do with them besides saving this stuff for optimizations? You know, which is also really important. Optimization is more important than your expertise level, right? Because if it's not optimized, then what are you gonna up its expertise? So you gotta do that first. You gotta spend resources there first if it's a priority piece of gear. So for that new holster, for example, you know, you can spend hours or days farming out that new holster, or as soon as you get a holster, it might be mediocre, and you could just spend some resources optimizing it, and then that saves you a bunch of time if it's reasonable to do that. You know, and so that's where these credits really come into play. So that being said, so right now I'm down to a bare minimum things, but I still got a bunch I got to get rid of, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and start deleting some of these, actually. But whatever's remaining and that's keepable, I'm gonna push over to my other character. So let's go take a look. What up, A Tony? Thanks for the sub there, bro. Jam the broski. Jam. Buffalo and Kelly have joined us. Okay, I'm not going to spend a whole time on this. I just want to give you guys kind of a rundown of what I'm doing here. And so this character hosts basically all of my gear sets. So she's got all that green stuff in there. And so this character, I've already gone in and started deleting things off of her too. But basically, what I'm gonna do is start taking things out of my stash and pushing them to her to make room in my stash, so I could empty out the final bits off of that character 3 that we just spent all that time with. So there are gonna be things on the character that I want to keep, like the snub nose holster and all those really good named weapons like the Kingbreaker and stuff like that. Those are gonna come with me, and so I'm not gonna delete those. And so in order to do that, I need to make stash, which means I gotta delete things on my other full characters, right? All my characters were full when I started this, just so you know. They were all full. And so now this character has 96 items. So I've deleted over 50 items, give or take, off of this character already. Okay. But so what's important about this character is that I start pulling the stuff over to her, right? So that I make more room in my stash. You get where I'm going? So the room, we have room in our stash, and then I can start dumping all that other gear in here. So Deseros, Orbit, this stuff I'll just push over there, but they don't take up inventory space. I just learned that. Never really paid attention close enough. So now I don't want to take any green gear. That goes to another character. I'll delete that. Push that, push that, push that. Oops. I try not to push things with mods, by the way. I'll take the mods off first. But making room, and then once this stuff is over here, consolidated, so to speak, then I'll go back through and do a once over and figure out keep making decisions. I'll keep making decisions. Can I delete this? Can I delete that? Oh, I got duplicates of this, duplicates of that. You see where I'm going? And so it's easier to make decisions when you have everything on the same character. If you could, right? If you could have everything you want, everything that you possibly have crunched on a single character, it'd be easier to analyze. And so when I have that capability, as I'm deleting things, then hopefully my decisions become more informed instead of guessing. Like, I think I only have one of these. So let's bring over all these Night Watchers, Punch Drunks, Hollow Man, boom. Colin, Overwatcher. Actually, we want that Overwatch back out there, because I'm gonna work on a build here in a second. A crazy build. Crazy easy build. So basically all the weapons have been pushed over. All the pistols have been pushed over. Okay, so then what do we got left? Araldi. Opportunistic. Okay. No, it's not good enough. We'll dump it. Not good enough. We'll dump it. Healer Guard hasn't been very helpful for us. I'll dump it. That's a good tank one right there, though, isn't it? But would you just rather have on a tank build the Foundry backpack? Probably. Just easier. Just an easier build, right? Repair skills, armor regen. That's kind of nice, isn't it? It's unique. I'll keep that one. I'll keep that one. Never use that one. Never use that one. That fucking Memento backpack. It just wins. That's an important one right there. Keep that Creeping Death on a Golem with status effects already on it. As you can see, I optimized that. So push that over. Atlas. Good, man. Good. Just kind of getting get my head into the game for tonight. I just kind of showing you guys my logic and how I delete things. I'm gonna actually create a whole video on this, so hopefully I can get it out in time. My goal is to work on it tomorrow, and I'm thinking it should be stuff that you guys should do and should be able to do in day one. Even if you didn't do this before the event, you should be able to, simultaneously work on a new character and clean things out or whatever. So that's what I think.
You are simple Jack.
That was for you, Reaper Hawk. So I've been working on my soundboard, if you guys didn't know. Like, I got a couple of new jazzy bells on this stream. So I got a replay now. So I added this. This is a replay from the other night. And so sometimes it's like, hey, did you guys see that? Did you see that? Or whatever. So this allows us to take a second look at that stuff. So really cool. So I got that. And then now I got the soundboard too, which is a ton of fun. So I still need to add some more sounds, but I got...
We don't negotiate with terrorists.
Facts. Facts, baby, facts. And then there's the Simple Jack, which we've been saying a
You
lot.
are Simple Jack.
And then when I get scared, I sound like this. It's my girl scream. That's my manly scream, actually. That's the funny thing. That's the manly scream I got. So anyways, it says, yeah, so I'm whittling a lot of things down. So yeah, I've deleted over 150 things. Approximately, I don't know, something like that. But I'm not keeping track, but. Okay, so let me see, what do I need now? Let's kind of get into this build. So this one's actually gonna be around the rail splitter because we were talking about it the other day on the stream. So let me see if I have the rail splitter. I'll bring over that CTAR. It's gonna be, there it is, there's a rail splitter. So we're gonna do, it'll be a CTAR coverage just because for comparison purposes. This is actually gonna be a comparison build. And what we're gonna do is create a high accuracy build, which sounds like kind of silly, but it actually works. And what I run it against is like a really high DPS, or I guess sort of like a meta build, like kind of run it side by side with it using like a meta build and be like, can you tell the difference? Can you? In time to kill and all that stuff, you know? And it's really hard to tell, you know? So I want to see if you guys can. And that's sort of the point of the build. It'd be like, damn, if you just land your shots and have RPMs, because that's a fast RPM weapon, what else do you need in this game? A good question, right? So we shouldn't have anything there. Let me just see what I got in my stash. So I should have another CTAR with damage to targets out of cover on it. And so I opened up Space my stash. I think that's on my other character. Let me, so for the rest, we need, like, actually that Overlord is really important, right? What's 2 pieces of Overlord? Accuracy, right? So I do overload it in accuracy. I get it beyond, and I do it with intention. It's like to get it beyond reasonable accuracy, you know? And, okay, I think we got everything I think I need. I think as long as I have 2 pieces Overlord, we're good. And that Overlord has the right stats. So let me switch characters. We need a regular CTAR that I can put like Killer on or something like that. So. Or Strained or Optimus. What do you guys like better? Do you like Strained, Optimus, Measured? What do you like better out of those? The more and more I get into this game, I can tell you it doesn't matter what your answer is. Isn't that crazy? I know, on paper in the testing range, it looks like it matters all, it makes all the difference. Okinawa says Optimist. Right on. Right on, Alice. I like that. It says I have an AKM with Ranger on it. Just shoot and back up with my attachments. It's just still as a water lily. I like, ooh, how poetic. How poetic of you, Atlas. So. Okay, so 39 things. So we can start. So that's the C-type that we want there. So we're going to use, we're just using a very fast weapon. And we could do this demonstration on really any of them that it's got a flexible weapon. So otherwise, I'm going to take all these bad boys with me while I'm here. M1928 is a good gun. I was thinking about saving this one because it's got a, what if you added a big mag on that? I don't know. I should probably dump the Slayer, but whatever. Okay, so these are garbage guns. And then we're gonna want that. And then I'll probably dump the lightning rod. I can't delete these, so they're gonna have to come. that one doesn't want to come. Look at that. I've never seen my character so low ever. We got 19 items. So I'm just gonna take this stuff right here. So we're gonna use that Overlord. Wyvern, Claws Out, we'll take those over. So 7 down to 7 items. Got 6 here. Emperors, Foxes, Bellstone, Bellstone. So that's it. That's everything. I was kind of trying to figure out what I should do with that holster. I mean, this chest piece. It's got Gunslinger. It's probably trash, but we got the space to keep it for a moment. Yeah, that's it. So 2 gloves left. Group up. Yeah, we'll keep those. So 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. 2 weapons, because we're using both of them. You got to have 2 weapons. And 2 pistols. It won't let me delete that one. So this character is ready to be deleted once I transfer over all my dealios. And then make sure if you have any mods that you get rid of those too, right? Move those over. But I shouldn't have any here. So, because I never used this character before. Which is the luxury. So that's the luxury that I have. If you've used your character, then you might not have that luxury, low, right? Good point, Eclipse. Good point. He says depends on the RPM of the gun. Slower, strained, faster, Optimus. Yeah, good. Very good point. It's logical. Hulking Hour said the same thing. Good point. I also need to do a quick test on that build that I have right now. I thought I saw a damage difference on the special weapon with Araldi, but Araldi shouldn't be affecting the TAC 50, right? So I need to just do a quick check on that real quick. Yeah, somebody was asking me if I had a double barrel build yet, and I don't. Should I? Do I need a double barrel shotgun? Okay, I just need to double check. This shouldn't be affecting. I don't have much ammo, so that's gonna be a problem. Let me put on the Tippet Spear backpack. We'll let that load up on ammo. Let's go ahead and... What do you guys think? Does Araldi affect the TAC 50? So TAC 50 is an MMR. Araldi gives MMRs more damage. So we need this... Cetar, I'm gonna take it with rate of fire and damage to targets out of cover. And then we need a rail splitter. Oh man, I really love that 1886. That's like, it's up there. I don't know where it is, like in my top 10 weapons. Where does the 1886 sit? But it's a really good weapon. At first, it's sort of like, I think when you first use it, like, I think you're like, oh, it's pretty good, but the reload just becomes a non-issue, you know? After you kind of get used to it, it just really does, you know? And that's because you shoot your target, you kill your target, and then you reload, you know? This thing's got the ability to one shot, one kill, right? So it's just really easy to go ahead and put those shots back in the mag real quick and then keep rolling. You know, it's not a full reload, you know? And so you're always doing that anyways. So this, you know, sometimes you'll chain kill and you'll get 3 enemies, you know, out, but it's not very often where I'm popping like multiple shots on an enemy. Like, that's rare right there. Like, if it takes you 2-3 shots to kill an enemy with this thing, then yeah, you need you know, the reload's going to irritate you. And that's the Virginian. The Virginian takes 2-3 shots on an enemy, unless you're a headhunter, and then, you know, you might not want to run the Virginian in that situation. But if you try to run Virginian with something else, like even glass cannon, it's gonna take 2 to 3 shots to kill an enemy with the Virginian, and that's solo on heroic. So lots of reloading, but this one, it allows you to chain kill, as you can see there, right? And so I took off some damage on my backpack, so I'm just kind of hitting these easy guys here. But once you get Headhunter procced, this build's not optimized at all. So, anyways, so if you're killing all the time, the reload isn't the issue. Otherwise, it's nice. The barrel comes back. I mean, watch the rebound. Comes right back. Look at the red dot. Okay. I'm really close, right? Let me put it right on that red dot. Let's see. Close enough. So just a slight movement, but you're still on the head, right? So really, really nice. Really easy to control this weapon. So yeah, I really like this gun. I could run it all day long. It plays out like the pistol, and you know what I mean? It plays out like the pistol. That's one reason why. Okay, let's see if I got some ammo on this thing. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So we just want to do a quick test. Let's just make sure I got my... I'll just go ahead and clear my mods, all right? So there's just no discussion there. We're not trying to kill. I'm just trying to see if there's a difference in damage. So I'm going to put on not that backpack. I'm going to put on this backpack, okay? So it's just... Nope, I don't want that one. I don't want the headshot damage. I want it to be like all yellow. There we go. Just nothing... no help from the backpack. It's fine. Okay, and then we got this. So what I'm looking for is actually that 10% marksman rifle damage. So this should help us do the test. Okay. So damage, I can put out a couple shots. So let's see here. 7.746. 9. Love the consistency there. 9. 9. Put one in the chest just to make sure we're cleared. 10.4. Okay, so 10.4. 9.2 and 10.4. Is that fair? I think that's pretty consistent, right? 9.2 and 10.4. Okay, cool. So now what I'm gonna do is put on a chain killer, but let's just make sure it looks the same. So 14.1. It's not gonna be perfect, right? Because that one's probably the closest. 12.1. It's only a small increase. Probably balance itself out, right? There, the headshot damage is down, the weapon damage is up. See that? Except the headshot damage is multiplier. So let me just go ahead and go with this one. It's gonna be a little bit higher in the weapon damage. We'll just take that into account, right? So I would expect a slight difference up or a big difference up. 9.2 and 10.4 is what we're dealing with, right? And that's with the tip of spear buff. So keep that in mind. We had a tip of spear buff happening. So we need multiple rounds. Okay, so let's go ahead and let that give us some ammo. And then we need Overlord. Overlord. I'm getting pieces for the next build here. So Fox's Prayer and Overlord is all we need. And then otherwise... Let's see, we'll take some striker pieces. Oh, I don't have all my striker chest pieces here. It's annoying. Annoyed. Actually, I did want to just push that waveform back. We're gonna need the space. Junk. Okay, do we have our ammo? Yeah, it should be enough. Enough, we'll get at least 2 shots out here. Okay, so one's gonna turn it on, all right? And then it's the next shot after that that counts. So that one turns it on. 9.6, so a little bit higher. And then one more, 9.6. So 9.6, so it's a little bit higher. So it doesn't look like really Walker is affecting it either, right? So the other one was, I think 9.2, this one's 9.6. So none of them are helping that. Weapon damage doesn't even seem to be helping it. What do you guys think? I could put out more shots, but... You think weapon damage, just general weapon damage would help it, but it's not. Doesn't look like it. Remember, this is higher, right? 14.1 versus that 11, so it's 3% higher. Plus the 5%, assuming. So it would be, if marksman rifle damage doesn't work, but weapon damage does, we would see like an 8% increase, right? Basically, 3 coming off the core, 5 coming off of Walker. Headshot damage is the same. So I need multiple rounds. This thing is slow. Let me actually, you know what I can do? I know what I can do. Let's put on this real quick. Let's get a bunch of ammo real fast, and then we'll get multiple shots out. I need to put out, like, you know, as many as I can. So let's push you out. We'll push you out. Push it to FAMAS. ACSL dump. Custom MCS. This one I should get rid of, right? Because it's locked. You see that? Pummel's locked. And what if I want to change it? And I have a comparable one. It's not the MCS, but at least this one I can change the talent. So I'll dump that. I know. It's so nice. Same thing with this KSG shotgun, but that's the only one I have, and I really like that. So that's not going anywhere. White Death, will hold on to that. Pistol. So we got the Liberty. So I need to up my Liberties, you can see. And that's my only card. I think I've deleted all my other ones, so good there. Look at that, I got 33 backpacks, 38 gloves, right? Who needs 38 gloves? This guy. Delete that. Delete that. Lots of deleting. Just gotta do it. Probably delete that. These improvises help me a ton, by the way. They represent a lot of different builds. You can see I could put crit chance there, or crit damage there, double crits. Same thing with that. So, delete those gloves. Delete that. Walker's not good enough to keep, so more deleting. So yeah, so that's how I'm going to spend some of my resources, right? I'm going to spend some of my resources from that character that I'm going to delete on just upgrading some of those things to whatever. Okay, cool. So we got everything. Let's put back on that other backpack, which was just some random yellow Hannah. So it's just not helping us. Okay, cool. So one shot's going to proc, so the first shot doesn't count. There we go. 9.6 consistent. Okay, we want to see a crit at 1 crit. $10.8. So the fact that it is higher, this tells me that weapon damage. I'm almost thinking it's the. I don't think it's the Walker at all. I think it's the 3%. So that was 10.8, right? I'm gonna go off the crit values, just even though we're not critting. Let me see what this is actually. Just whatever value this is, I'll take it. 9.2 And the other one was 9.6, right? That's 400,000 difference. It's 4%. This one. Squad, which is it? Do you think? Do you think that Walker and Harris 5% weapon damage is affecting the TAC 50, or is it just the core, the difference in core damage there? I'm thinking it's just the core by the small increase that it's given us. So let's, which one do I have now? Back on the Walker. So let me see. It was 10.8, right? We already know. Oops, that's not the right gun. How do I switch guns? Am I new to this game? I only got 2 rounds. Okay. It's not worth checking. It's too slow. 9.6, yeah. I gotta keep putting this back down. So 9.6 and versus 9.2 off of this one. So there were all these less, but it's by the difference is so small. I feel like it's just the core attribute making that difference, not the brand attribute. So, in other words, you might as well run Walker, except for me, I need to run a Raldi. So the build still stands. Okay, the build still stands. Okay, just thinking it through. So you still want to run a Raldi because we're using the Nemesis to one-shot bosses. So, but if you weren't running the Nemesis, then you're better off with Walker. Except Walker doesn't really matter because you're one-shotting to peak anyways. You know what I mean? So to peak of Headhunter, if that makes sense. Okay, so the question was, in case you're unclear, a Raldi, does it affect the TAC 50? And it doesn't. It doesn't. That 10% brand bonus doesn't, even though the TAC 50 is a marksman rifle. And so then the question is, well, are you just better off with the 5% from Walker and Harris and then run Perfect Headhunter? Well, the thing about Perfect Headhunter is it gives you 150% of additional blow so that you get the 1,250% cap faster. But since we're getting to that cap in a single round, that doesn't matter, and that's the only thing the Perfect Headhunter gives us. So now we're back to just that 5% weapon damage, and for we don't need any of that for the 1886 because we're using our snipers to proc Headhunter. So the 1886 is just one-shot killing everything after that point. So the only time where we really need this chest talent damage is for the TAC 50, which it doesn't work for, or the Nemesis for the boss shot. So that's why we have the Oraldi. It's for the boss shot in the end. Whew, was that a mouthful? All right, let's put together our CTAR build now. And so rail splitter it is, and then the secondary weapon I'm gonna go ahead and put this other CTAR, and then we're gonna put a damage talent on it. So this is how we're gonna run our rail splitter. We're gonna go like crazy. So if you don't know, the rail splitter gives us 50% perfect accuracy, right? And then what I want to do is give us more accuracy through mods. So 10% accuracy, microdot, 10% accuracy. And then this one will have to say crit chance. Then we'll take the mag here, 20% stability. Nope, we'll take rounds. Okay. So if we look at our, well, let's change our chest piece. I'm actually going to run striker here. Probably. So accuracy on this thing right now is at 80%. So that's insane, right? And it's about to get better in a minute. It's so quiet. So it's not getting any damage off of this build whatsoever. So let's go ahead and start equipping the build. I'm gonna want to run Striker. There we go. I don't have all my pieces here, so we'll get to that. Overlord on the back. If I got a better one, let me see. I think I pulled in a better one. We want crits on it. Did I not have an Overlord backpack? I thought I did. I know I have the knees, but I don't want to run a Okay, so then I'm going to put on. I want to go run I want to run braced. I know. That sounds crazy. But we need that option. So the fenders should have worked, but I'm just seeing what else I got. Should have a braced Gruppo. Fenris. That one's not bad actually, because it's got glass cannon. I could take off that glass cannon. It's already got weapon handling. I could take that off too. So that one might be good. Skill damage and Overwatch, we'll dump that. It's garbage. Gruppos, there we are. Gruppo with braced. That's a nice one. Okay. I'll go ahead and put on the Gruppo with brace at the moment. Finish might be better, but at least it's got both crit stats there. Well, the other one's got weapon handling. And we're nutty for weapon handling around here. Well, this one the buzz, right? Crit chance of weapon handling. And I'd take off the... let me just hold on that. I'll take off the glass cannon. Okay, let's go get some striker gear. How do we do that? Log out. Happy hunting, Atlas. At least one Ferris Eclipse says, all right, I'm down. Fenris, I like that. Gotta have that damage to crit on, don't you? And to multiply on. Amplify on. Andrea. Okay, so this character it's basically got no weapons on her. These are all those weird weapons. So let's bring over those striker chest pieces. Yeah, that's fine. Hey, Eclipse, I'm not sure I understood what you meant there. I just saw your comment, but you're saying it's not your weapon damage, it's the expertise. But I think you were talking about the TAC 50 in that situation? Because the TAC 50 stays at its expertise no matter which chess piece I went right? Oh, I'm full. Is that what you meant? All right, I think that's everything. Got it. No, Daniel Lester, we got, you don't, I mean, it works in different ways. We got classified builds, and yes, you do for that. You got to be True Bandido. But, of course, I also create builds for people that aren't members at all, so general public builds. So the classified builds are extra builds I make as a thank you for supporting me on the community. And the community. But you don't have to be a member to get access to builds in general. Let's see here. Put this one on. Wait, we need to move them over. Striker red. This is a pretty simple build. We're not going to get fancy with it or anything like that, but I like the striker because of the handling that it gives you. But I think what I'm going to do is, and RPMs. So a lot of this is also an RPM showcase, right? And it's been a while since I've done this, so I don't exactly remember how I did it the first time with the builds, but I know we were using striker. And then for the backpacks, Overlord. Well, there's a vigilance backpack right there, Overlord. If I was running the knees, I would hold on to that Overlord, but I'm not going to run the knees, so. Let's see. Yeah, Dana, because, you know, I make these builds for myself, too, not just for a YouTube video. And so, you know, and plus because of the membership is sort of my proof point, right? Like, I don't think I'd have very many members or a very good, how do you say, or I'd have a horrible churn rate, you know, if the builds just didn't work, you know what I mean? So it's important that they do. It's important for me because I'm running them. And so are you guys, you know what I mean? So, but yeah, they gotta work. They gotta work. It's not just for the videos. Okay, let's see here. Where we at crit wise? And so we are gonna work on our crits, but let's look at that stat for the gun. Accuracy 103. So I think it was like at 150% before. So I'm gonna, and that might have been because of, I think it might have been because of braced. You know what I mean? That might have been where the rest was coming from. So I have a feeling that's what it was. So let me go to put braced there. Then everything else will just go to crits. Squaddy squad. What's up, man? Well, I thought you were on vacation or something. Was that you that was saying that? Or you were working, or at a seminar or something? All right, 49, 45. Let's see, we're getting more. True Bandido Member, 11 months, right on. 51. 11 months. Squad, we're aging out together, man. Right on. Thanks for the 11-month support. Let's see, one more. And that'll do the trick. All right, cool. So there is damage. It's not that there's no damage on the build, right? But I've intentionally taken off as much of the damage talents as possible. I'm gonna go ahead and leave vigilance on the back. That'll be a constant. And so on both builds. But the rail splitter, that's got 50% accuracy, and then we've turned the mods into accuracy mods, right? And then we're taking brace, which is gonna give us 45%. So just between the weapon and brace, we're already over 100%. And then we got 8% from the weapon handling there on the chest. And then another 15% weapon handling from strikers, right? The set at the top there. And we're getting 15% rate of fire on a gun that's already fast for 1,035 RPMs. So basically, we're going to be fast and we're going to be unloading on the enemy's head. Now, what I'm going to try to do here is kind of be a difficult setup. So it'll require a little bit of patience. I got to change that there. But what I'm going to try to do is record some clips of us killing the same NPC archetype. Okay, so we're talking about like usually an average grunt is who you're going for, you know. And then we're going to need to get a couple of clips of us killing this guy, and then I'll switch up the build to like this gun, and then we're going to put on like glass cannon, and then you know, and. Let's see, let's put a crit chance on that, probably crit chance there, and then we'll put the 20 rounds. So what weapon, so before when I did this test, I put killer on, right? So once you get the kill, then you get a shit ton of crit damage. But what would you guys like to see? You want to do Optimus? It's a slow weapon. I mean, it's a fast weapon, so Optimus would make more sense than strained. But we also have measured. We also have, well, what else have we got inside of that? Oh, yeah, the killer, like I said. Killer's not bad, right? So killer gives that 40% crit hit damage. That's not bad, right? What do you think would present better? This one's got to be a damage one. Oh, yeah, thanks. I don't have gunner yet. Good call. I would need to change that. Good call. I'll just go Optimus. I think it's Optimus. I mean, strained wouldn't make a ton of sense, but you can go killer too, so Optimus is fine. Let me know if you guys feel differently about that. I'm impartial. Gunner, assault rifle reset, so that's fine. That's all we need. And let's activate that. And then we're gonna want to make sure we have like our perfect glass cannon with us when we take off the sacrifice. So there it is. So we'll try to swap the build on the fly. And then probably, I don't have a Fenris version of this backpack, I don't think. So we'll end up sticking with the same backpack. And it's probably just changing out our mods once we get to the second weapon. But first, we'll showcase the primary weapon, all right? And like, let's get some crit values here. Because the crit value should be relatively low. Right? And that should be the amazing part. But like, wow, with the crit so low, and Striker's still gonna give us damage. It's not like Striker doesn't. I mean, we could break the Striker. Should we break the Striker so we're not getting amplified damage? you think that'd be a smarter way to play it? I don't want to run foxes. That's the point, is to not run foxes prayers. Now that I think about it, you know what I mean? Could just run like a. I don't think I have any Fenris on me here. Yeah, I do. Perfect. That's gonna give us reload speed if I do that. Hold on, let me see. Do I got an alternate chest? So do you see what I'm saying? Like, so what I'm trying to do is remove the damage on purpose. I know. Actually, I do. So let's do that. I got a Cheska backpack that'll hold. Yeah. So yeah, on purpose, I'm removing the damage. That's sort of the point, right? The point is to try to neutralize the damage on the build and kind of get this thing to just work raw. Like, does that make sense? So it's raw. And I can still do it with the strikers concept, and just, you know, it's okay to have a little bit of damage. We do have a little bit of damage. We got red cores. We got crits. So it doesn't make sense to completely remove damage at all, so that there's no damage at all. That doesn't make any sense. That's an obvious answer. Well, the other build's going to be stronger. it just is, right? And if we're not looking at strength, we're going to be looking at time to kill, right? That's what we're going to be focusing on here. So let me look at my crits now. So we got to rebalance our crits. We just got a bunch of crit chance here. So a 54.8. So we're basically topped out. So let's roll all this to crit damage. Oh, I forgot to change that fucking backpack. Sorry about that. Daniel Lester, welcome. You did it. Appreciate you, man. Good call, man. So this is what you got to do. This is what you need to know. So if you go to my YouTube homepage, just, you know, general YouTube homepage, at the top, there's a playlist. Right, it's like the second playlist down. So there's the one that's just like recent uploads. Right below that, there's a playlist that says for members, and you'll now have access to that. You can scroll through. Yeah, let's just go ahead and go invulnerable. And now you got a really cool skull next to your name too, which I love. All right, so this is it. Let's see what our crits are. Actually, let me get my notepad out so I can jot it down. I always forget my numbers when we're out in the field. I was like, what were we critting at? What were we critting at? Somebody help me with my crits.
You are simple Jack.
I know, super simple. Okay, scrolling to the bottom of my notepad. Okay, here it is. So let's see. So no stacking at 526. Remember, this is a 3-piece striker, so we're only using the striker for the weapon handling and the RPMs. So 526, 631. Fair?
You are simple Jack.
Oops. Sorry about that. So I've never done this with the 3-piece striker, so that is new. That is a new test. And so I don't know if it's going to create a big divide here, but it doesn't really work in here because on paper, part of this is like there's more to time to kill than what's inside the lab. You know what I mean? So, because we got a moving target out there, right? And so the reality is that we're going to be missing some of our shots. And that's when we switch to the other build. The other build's going to run perfect glass cannon, contractor's gloves, fox sprayers. The other build's going to be basically this build here, except I'm going to run the Fenris holster. And so this is gonna be the other build, and so then we're gonna run around with that one and be like, which one's got a better time to kill? One of them's running glass cannon and one of them's not. And if you didn't see the icons, could you tell? You know? And the other one will have a faster time to kill, but it's about perception. Now, when I originally did this, I was running to 4 pieces, so it might be a little bit much here.
You can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean.
Right on, Charles. Appreciate you, man. Welcome, brother. Good time. Bandito to the bone. Charles the Wolf gets a skull. You and Danny, your skull brothers. Appreciate you, man. So you also get access to the gamer music playlist. So if you guys didn't know, I create gamer music playlists, basically what you're listening to in the background here. And we're on volume 6 now. And so you can access those just by going to the same place that Daniel did, which is go to my YouTube homepage right at the top. There's a members playlist, and the gamer music playlist, as well as the classified builds, are in there, and all the member content. And you can stream those gamer music playlists on YouTube and SoundCloud, and even listen to them offline and download them too. So check those out. Appreciate you, Charles. Thanks for supporting the channel. All right, so now I put on the 4-piece. Let's just go ahead and get a crit value here off the 4-piece. That time to kill jumped up big time. Big time increase. I think that I originally ran this one, by the way. But let's get our crit value. Did I see an 800? 6. Oh yeah, Optimus. This is gonna be hard. Let me put it on invulnerable. Actually, I don't know if I was kicking in vulnerability. All right, let's try that again. Optimus has damage at the very end, right? The problem with this is the stupid numbers go off the chart. So one thing I can do is just empty my mag here a little bit. Try to get a crit value. Yeah, that's hard to do too, right? You gotta get it just right. 527. 648, but it obviously goes higher, so that's annoying. 648. That's probably the peak, right? Should we call it 648? Yeah. Do it one more time. Okay, 648. So 648 with Striker. Oh, wait. There's no Optimus on that. What am I talking about? I'm confusing myself. It's just 648. Forgot that I'm not holding Optimus. 648. Okay. Okay, and then we'll get the glass cannon one later, but I don't want to. Well, actually, let me see if I can just go ahead and roll over this. Let's save ourselves a. All right, and then we'll switch over to here. I gotta get out of here. All right, and then we're just gonna swap the weapon to the Cetar with Optimus. So now we gotta remember the back half of that mag, huh? Let's take a quick look at our crits. So 48, 155, so we gotta adjust that. Oh, that's about right, actually. Because we're gonna play into the Coyote, but let's play that down a little bit. 54, 144. Okay, cool. So remember, the Coyote Mask is gonna buff us at different ranges, so there's that. We can try to play up close and we can sort of get that stat value there. So we're gonna ultimately try to get the 100 or the extra 25% crit hit damage. So we want full buff on this bad boy. Just making sure that was right. Yeah, I could change my stats. Let me do that real quick. Stat the way so that they float. I think that's damage numbers. Show damage numbers on. There we go. So I think it's random sphere floating 2D. I think it's random sphere, isn't it? Oh, yeah, Sick Jim, I love the Ranger talent. I'm a fan on it in multiple weapons. The rifles do really well with it, obviously. For snipers, I use it on the... What is it? Is it the M44 variations? Or the hunting M44? And then the White Death does really well with it also. Assault rifles, my favorite is ACRE. It has to have an E on it and then put on Ranger. Yeah, I like that it tells you how far the enemies are too. That's, I think, really a good info. Okay, so now we got the Optimus on. So let's see here. So the last one was given a 648 with crazy weapon handling. This should be a lot higher. 960. Wow, I haven't run it like that in a long time. The stats, 9. I see a lot of 930s and stuff like that, but I think 960 is probably the highest. 957. 959, 960. Yeah, so 960, 978. All right, ammo up. Let's get the party started. Let's see, where do I want to fight? Probably my usual fighting grounds. Just shitty gear today. Gear all sucks today. Should be a really strong build, also really fun, hitting almost 1 million. At, what's the RPM on this one again? It's 900, right? Yeah, 900 RPM. Jesus, guys, I just got here. Already getting busy with their, what do you call it? The little turrets, huh? We're gonna put out 3 of them. At least we got one of them down. One of the turret dudes down. Yeah. I mean, Reds just don't even have a chance, do they? Eh. What? Horrible decoy toss. Remember, this is the weakest gun in the game, basically, for assault rifles, right? Fastest. But... well, not the fastest. I mean, the FAMAS is on par with it, right? So the FAMAS is... I mean, I like this gun better than the FAMAS. It just handles better for me, but... the FAMAS has got more flexibility to run mods. You can run all your scope options. This one you can't run any. Okay, here's a boss. Wait. Not this guy. Stay back, freaks. All right, killing the boss. So what boss is he? Yeah, average grunt boss is actually a good boss to fight here. Let me get my decoy out here real quick. So we can just get clean shots on him. I mean, it's short close range right there. I mean, that's Coyote's mask right there, right? Pretty quick, right? Pretty quick. Any surprises? Not really. Running glass cannon, perfect glass cannon. You know, crits everywhere, all reds. But what still makes it, you know, I'm not really excited about this kind of build, but what really still makes it fun is the CTAR. I gotta say that, you know, the CTAR actually makes this build fun. When you put RPMs behind this build, you know, contractor's gloves and stuff like that. Because, I mean, what I mean by it, so it's not that it's a bad build. It's just kind of vanilla, right? It's been out since the beginning of the game, basically. Not since the beginning, but since Gear 2.0, pretty much. So it's really, look at that. Is that 2 turrets up there? It is, isn't it? That's just mean. And so this is an exercise. It's gonna be. I'm gonna try to do my best to kind of demonstrate it here in a non-recorded format. And so I'm taking clips as I go here on some of these enemies and see if I can get. We'll try to get to that really line up. And the point is that this is gonna have a fast time to kill, and then we're gonna switch to the other build, one of the beta builds, and show that they also got a fast time to kill, but the damage is really significantly different, lower, right? It's lower, but when it comes to how it plays out, one will be faster, but how fast the difference in speed is going to be so minor, it'll have you wondering if there is some sort of diminished return on the damage of the higher build, the stronger build. If the weakest build is basically as fast by a microsecond, like if the difference in time to kill is a microsecond, does that microsecond really worth it? Is it worth the perfect glass cannon, for example? And it's not even about, this is not a perfect glass cannon thing, right? This is about foxes and contractors gloves, and it's the whole setup, right? Like it goes back to that. Does the meta really exist? And or is the meta a subjective thing? You know what I mean? We've been talking about that. Like, it's your meta. It's not. There's no game meta. It's your meta. It's like, what's the build that you perform best in? What's the best build for you? I mean, given that the build does what it's supposed to do, it's got to do that at least, right? If the build is supposed to have a fast time to kill, then it's got to have a fast time to kill, right? And then from there, it's just kind of like this threshold. There's a time to kill that's so fast that that is the difference between life and death, and then There's time to kills that are faster than that, and then you wonder, well, do I need faster than that? You know, if it's not saving my life, if it's not adding anything to my gameplay, then is it possible that I'm running too much? Oh, great, rogues. Where am I willing to sacrifice a fraction of a second in time to kill for 10% armor on kill? You know, we don't want them. We're running glass cannon, so we don't want to get hammered too hard in the back. The decoy is our friend here. In isolation. I see you sneaking on me. Oh, look at that. Somebody threw a decoy back here? That's not mine. That scared me for a second. That's exactly where I was going. Oh, I thought he was right there. Damn. Where'd that other one go? Come on in. And so one of the things that I realized I think demonstrates that the best is when you put out this build that has like no damage, but a perceivable time to kill being almost equal. And it may not be equal, but almost equal. And you're like, damn, that one has no glass cannon. That one has no contractor's gloves. That one has no whatever. This is what they're using. All my medkits. I got nothing left. And it, also a really good point here. And I'm a fan of glass cannon, so you know, this is not a glass cannon thing. I love glass cannon. Especially for solo legendary junk. See, like right there. Glass cannon just paid off right there, right? She was about to jump me from behind. I'm out of armor kit, so really couldn't afford any more BS. Speaking of which, let's get this guy off there. Right there's good. Oof. He hits hard though, doesn't he? Oh, I was shooting my own person in the back. Get out of there. Jump down, jump down. Do something, buddy. It was close because we were at armor kits. Good build though, fun, fun. I mean, we didn't have much problems with our armor until we got to the rogues. So I feel like, you know, but a lot of people, you know, they can't play with these. It's really speed, and not talking about time to kill, but speed is your survivability with these types of builds. You know, what I mean is like shooting first, knowing where the spawn points are, kind of getting over there towards that spawn point before they spread out, little things like that, right? So they don't pick you apart, because that's what happens if you don't run, if you're not using speed as an ally, you get picked apart, you know. We're obviously gonna need some. I need a couple of shots at an average rogue. I mean, an average agent. Average agent. Rogue agent, what up? I hope they fix that PC stability issue. I mean, it should be priority on their list. Doesn't anybody agree with that? I mean, did they update us on anything besides title update 11? Are they still saying that? You think that's an under promise over delivery thing? But I mean, that should be a priority. I mean, that's just a basic logic right there. Like, right? We're like, you need this game to grow. Let's, like, you know, 1/3 of the users are having major platform issues, and those are the same people that are testing into PTS. Like, what? You know what I mean? Like, what? We don't even have everybody testing that could possibly test. Like, what? You know what I mean? These are the same people that are supposed to be in the PTS, and then they can't even get into the game to test. It's like, what? Yeah, so, but that reminds me, welcome, Rogue. I hope they do fix it for you, bro. I haven't heard anything new specifically related to that, but, you know, I imagine it is some sort of a priority, and I think maybe they know why there's, what bug specifically is in the way, maybe, or how effed up it is, and maybe that's why it's taking so long, you know, but who knows? I mean, at least they nerfed the explosive traps, right? So what we're looking for is that guy that I just shot. Okay, we need a nice close encounter with him. That guy. So he's the average grunt. And so he's who we want to do a side-by-side damage comparison on. Oh, God. Nasty fuckers. Don't fucking fire grenade. Oh, fucking. That fucking grenade is the worst. And she's good at throwing it. I wish I was good at that grenade. Well, I'm actually pretty good with my fire. It's down here in the goalie, huh? Is that an elite? Nope. So we'll get rid of him. It's got to be an elite, but that's the guy. Might not be till the second wave. That's fine. Let's just get there. The enemies are non-issues. With this kind of build, it's just a good cover. But we proved you can run and gun with this build too. We used the FAMAS the other day. Ran this same set of control points and it works just fine. Again, it's about shooting first and knowing who your priority targets are, getting there first. Power of knowledge. All right, so that was the easy part. Let's go attack all the elites now. Oh, but I was gonna say, yeah. On Tuesday is the Monday is the season 10 reveals. It's really early in the morning on West Coast time. It's gonna be at 7 a.m. So I look forward to that. Ooh, somebody's yelling at me from across the way here. Was it that guy? Couldn't be right. Get rid of that heavy gunner because he sucks. He is not your friend. So I'll be hosting that similar format. First thing, get the community together. Tux Nation. Okay, so we want that guy over there. That's our guy right there. So we need to take him out. So let me clear out. Let me get some good shots on him. Get that. I don't want him to fix that. Okay, there he is. So let's get my decoy out. Get some clean shots on him, shall we? Pretty quick. Be hard to top that. We'll try to get another one of him though. So there's a little ally help there, but not enough to say that they were doing all the work. There he is again. Perfect. Except now he's winning. He's winning. He's winning the fight. All right, hold on. There you go. That's a good one. We got some Fox's knee pads right there. Got a little stagger going on right there, which is mentionable on the CTAR. Right? It's a lightweight weapon. What is this? Is this a Belgian weapon? Is this a Belgian weapon? CTAR. Okay, her again. That guy got on my flank. Oh, what? I had the fucking decoy up. Jesus. I should have held up, but lazies. Yeah, handling versus power, Grumpy. Yeah. Time to kill demonstration, really. It's not so much handling versus power, it's time to kill. Time to kill, fast time to kill, or fastest time to kill, you know? Can you perceive it? You know, so I'm taking clips. And then we're gonna basically take the measurement on 3 builds, and we're trying to use this kind of average grunt dude. Which is already beyond us at this point. As our standard of measure, NPC. And so I like using the CTAR for this exercise. The rail splitter is just a fun one to use. You could really do the same thing on any weapon though. So the rail splitter, and then this one's the one we just ran, has Optimus, and it felt great. Good little build. And I was just saying that, you know, this build is sort of vanilla, but you put on the CTAR and it does make it kind of fun. It kind of feels like Striker that way, you know? Yeah, I saw that. It was called something different. Yeah, I saw that, Reaper. I was just watching that. So somebody was using it the other day on like a gun showcase. It's kind of a nice Badger. Freaking only lander grenades. Yeah, me too, for sure. Yeah, and it's that's kind of part of it too. It's just, and that's sort of like, well, and that's kind of where I take the conversation is like, well, okay, so if your time to kill is already fast, and if it's already like at the point where it's saving your life, and then, you know, and if you could shave off, you know, if you took off 12, 25, 30%, 36%, crit hit damage, would you notice it? And if you didn't, then would you be better off rolling that into, I don't know, weapon handling, right? RPMs, or damage to, armor on kill, you know, these types of things, you know, because you can, you know. And that's what I think. Part of it is like, it's kind of like, I think some people have a hard time believing that there's well, let me put it this way. It's not about some people. It's more like the question that I'm posing is there such a thing as diminished returns on a pure damage build? Hey, Joseph, welcome. So Joseph's looking for a backfire build. Is that right? The SMG. I mean, definitely short range. It's got good things and bad things about it. The good things, it's technically got all the crit hit damage you would need on the build, right? The backfire, I mean, it's because of 200 and something % crit hit damage already on it. I mean, you got to stack to get the 200%, but it's already got crit damage even above that on the gun. So you don't need any more crit hit damage on whatever build you go with. But the bleed is a nuisance. You got to handle the bleed. And so what it's asking you to do is basically create a defensive setup, and it'll provide all your crits. So sort of a tank build, I think it shines better with those sort of tanky builds, because one thing is it lacks burst damage. It really does, and so you have to do a lot to compensate out of that burst damage. But yeah, so you want a max hazard protection and bleed resistance mods. Basically, you want bleed resistance over 95%, and so you're gonna need a combination of hazard protection and bleed resistance. So you can create this build that I'm running right here and just put hazard protection and bleed resistance everywhere until you get over that 95%. Or you can run the yaw mask, but if you're just not getting the backfire, I'm guessing you don't have a yaw mask yet. Yaw gear is kind of, it's not that easy to get. You got to go into the dark zone to get it for the most part. You can also run it on things like a Hunter's Fury build with max hazard protection. It is hard to get your crit chance all the way to the top there when you do that, though. Trying to think, what are my favorite builds for that gun? I've run it with the Striker. I've run it with Negotiators. Max hazard. It always includes max hazard protection. It always includes that because I don't like dealing with that hazard, that bleed. I've even done one with a Heartbreaker. So I used a Heartbreaker gear set and did max hazard protection there. Yeah. So both of those will work. Just start by getting your hazard protection and your crit chance. Both of those things got to be max on your build. So that's what's hard, is both of those things. You got to have crit chance, hazard protection. Crit chance, hazard protection, right? And so if you can't do that with the gear set based on your watch stats, because your watch is giving you 10% hazard protection. If you don't have that yet, then you're probably not going to be able to do it with the gear set. You got to build a build from scratch, which is just fine. So it could look just like this, but you'd be using Sokolov pieces and stuff like that. So like Sokolov instead of Fenris, and run 3-piece Sokolov, and to put hazard protection and crit chance everywhere, and that'll be great. That'll work too. But I really, actually, I'm gonna be making a new backfire build. So I think that new holster is gonna make that backfire pretty cool, don't you guys think? So the new holster is gonna give you 20% more ammo. Remember I was saying, like, look for those weapons that could benefit from more ammo. The backfire is one of them, right? Get to your stacks with less reloading, less bleed. Or just get the max damage faster, even if you can go max hazard protection. It's just about getting there faster. This guy's gonna put up that stupid turret and I'm gonna be irritated. Oh, perfect. See, if you had a scope here, I mean, it would just be lethal, right? Somebody behind us. There you go. Okay, we want to record this to kill. So let's get this one here. That's all we wanted. All right, let's get out of here. This build is, I don't need to prove out this build anymore. You know, it's got a great time to kill. It should. All right, head it back over to here. Come on. Yeah, so I'm pointing, Joseph, I'm pointing you at gear sets because they're easier to assemble, but they will be harder for you to get your stats. And you got to have 60% crit chance basically, and 95% bleed resistance. And with the gear sets on a new player, that could be tough because your watch isn't going to be helping you there. So, okay, so that's that one. And so again, the question is there such a thing as diminishing returns on a build? On a damage build, is there such a thing as diminishing returns on a damage build? And if your time to kill isn't perceivable, does it exist? And if your time to kill is only fractions of a second, do you care? And I'm talking about the improvement. If your time to kill is faster only by fractions of a second, then do you care? And that answer is going to differ for everybody, but you need to be armed with this type of intel. And that's why we go through this, right? You need to ask, because you're going to ask this as you're creating to yourself, as you're creating your own builds. That's sort of the point, right? So let me go. Okay, so now we're going to run this one. Okay. Now this one's crazy. So we're going to run two versions, one with the 4 pieces and then one without. And then so it's all based off of the rail splitter. So usually you can see, like, if we just compare here, rail splitter on the right, the CTAR is what we just ran. All right, so they're the same weapon. All right, but what's different here is the Optimus versus accurate. So that was giving us 30% weapon damage on Optimus, where accuracy is giving us no extra weapon damage. We're just, in theory, landing more shots. Now, just because a weapon has better accuracy doesn't mean you will land more shots. It means you got a better chance that the gun is giving you, setting you up for a better chance to land more shots. Now, I also have accuracy for the mods, which means I've taken off crit chance off the build, right? Otherwise, put crit chance there, put more accuracy, which in turn is removing crit damage from the build, if that makes sense. So if I had crit chance here, then I'd be able to put more crit damage on the build where I otherwise have crit chance mods, which I didn't need to do because I had the Cheska. I wouldn't need the Cheska, let's just put it that way. Okay, so this is a 4-piece one. So then I can just everywhere is strikers. So we got more weapon handling. That's more weapon handling. So weapon handling includes accuracy. So we got more accuracy, and then rate of fire on a gun that's already fast. And then we're gonna get some amplified damage off of this bad boy, which is gonna be 25%. We got a stack to that, right? And so crit chance, crit damage. And so that's part of this equation. So we're gonna be using the combination really of rate of fire and weapon handling to create this build. And so we got the other 4 pieces here like this. Like this. And I'm not so much interested in that Striker's Gamble, but without it, we might be creating too much of a divide where it just sort of doesn't make sense to do the comparison, but we're gonna try. So, and then the chest piece is a Gruppo, and I got braced. So I removed glass cannon for braced. Perfect glass cannon for braced. Think about that. So we dropped 30% amplified damage. All incoming damage aside, I don't care about that. That's not part of the comparison. But 30% amplified damage is gone. In exchange, we got 45% weapon handling playing from cover, which we're doing a lot with this weapon. So that's 45% more weapon handling. On top of that, 15% weapon handling. On top of all of that weapon handling on the weapon. Accuracy, actually. The backpack's the same, so we're keeping the same backpack on both builds. Cheska. And we got Vigilance. So crit values of 49, 144. This has actually got to change. That's got to be higher. So we do need crit chance here. I don't know how that swapped. 55, there you go. 55, 132. There we go. All right, 55, 132. And there's another look at the mask. Cool, let's reset the control points. I don't know if I did that. Did I do that? No. Let's get that done real quick. And so really, I just need to get the kill. Well, you know, we'll run a couple of control points just so you can see how this thing plays out. And then I got to see... look at this guy. He's looking lonely. I just got to get the recording of that one, you know, average grunt. So, but we're gonna play out the full control point, at least one, so we can see. But otherwise, I'm just looking for some good, clean shots on that average grunt. The bald guy. Hey, so Joseph32, if you're still listening, look for a build, and I can't look for, I can't drop the link right now, but look for a build on my channel called, I think it's Chunga Slayer. We're gonna need different skill, aren't we? It's a backfire build, and it's actually pretty cool. It's max hazard protection. It's got all the pieces that one would like. I mean, look at that time to kill. I mean, okay, here's that grunt. Okay, we need a clean shot on him though. Oh, fuck, he moved. That was a shot. We could have ended the whole thing right there. They always start coming from all sides over here. Hold on. See that grenade? Fuck that. Really? Oh, you dicks. So this will be the weakest of the builds that we're looking at. Actually, second of the weakest. Because we're going to take off that fourth piece of... I'm trying to pull in closer. I don't want to get attacked in the back too much. Fast, huh? Now, if you're wondering, like from the user's perspective, yeah, I can feel a slight time to kill difference, but it's slight. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh my god, the other build's so much better. It's because they're both fast. You know, they're both fast, and so it's just they're both one mag and everything. So, do I feel the extra accuracy? I mean. Yeah, a little bit. But I know I have diminishing returns on that, so that's sort of intentional. Right there. That was a really good example of the build working, right? We had a big tanky medic coming up behind us. And we got DPS's but gas. But do I feel like I can, you know, laser beam the head? No, I don't really, you know. There we go. Just one mag the boss. I mean, we just one mag the boss, right? I mean, and I'm not saying this is the hardest content in the game. It's not, but it's up there. Now, if you're anything like me, then it's easy for you, and I'm gonna admit it's easy for me because I've been playing this game for a while. But you got to remember that. Oh, here's a good grump. He's got a health bar on him. But for a lot of people, this is really easy, and for a lot of people, this is really hard content. They can't do what you and I can do because you know they're kind of newer to the game and still getting accustomed to their builds and stuff like that. So, in time, this is easy for everybody though. In time, right? And so, but you got to remember, I mean, there's for open world. I mean, I think that this is like one of the hardest content in the game. I mean, I die all the time. And heroic control points, right? And I consider myself pretty good, but I also put myself in those positions on purpose. I play aggressive on purpose. That's how you step up the game, right? That is your end game. Your end game is basically here's our opportunity right here. Except he fucking rolled. God damn it. Didn't want that roll. We needed clean shots on him. That's why I have the decoy, but that didn't work. The boss is a good example, though, actually. How fast we wiped that boss. But I do need clean shots. But at the same time, it's also a good look at glass cannon. I mean, doesn't it look like I'm running glass cannon? Like an all red build is basically just glass cannon. I think that an all red build and glass cannon is the same thing to me. You know what I mean? Glassy as fuck. It really is. Really is. Right on, Blasian. Yeah, the Striker, Memento, and Bellstone with Chameleon and ACS. I mean, the only thing about the Chameleon and the ACS combo is that when you swap out of the Chameleon, you lose all your stacks. So, I feel like the ACS isn't there a lot for you. You know, I mean, you could start out with it and then, but granted, yeah, I guess. I mean, if you're just real mindful, now kind of rethinking about what I said, if you're really mindful of your chameleon stacks, and you realize, like, hey, oh, because they expire, right? And you're like, oh, time to go to my shotgun. You know, that's a good point. Sometimes I'm not that mindful, and I don't want to be either. Sometimes I'm just like, oh, I kind of want to. My gun just. I expect my gun to just be working, you know. Let's see here. We're hunting for that guy. But that's what I'm saying. So yeah, it's a good example with like glass cannon. It's like, am I really extra glassy with the perfect glass cannon? Not really. Same thing. Same thing on time to kill and incoming damage. That's the guy we want right there. I mean, watch how fast my ammo drops, you know? Okay, here's a clean shot. Is he, you know, oh, he's already damaged though, fuck. Look at that though. Pretty good. Either way, it's gonna be in a single mag. And that's like one of the best ways to measure your time to kill, right? Is one mag, can I one mag this enemy? And of course, how many elites can you fit inside of a mag? Is that also it? Oh, here he is, right here. Oops, get it, just got out of my way. Hold on, let me heal up because I want this guy clean. Oh, so much for the fucking accuracy buff. Fucking, god damn it. That was our shot. Let me see. There's a lot of him though. There he is there too. Look at this grenade. Holy shit, did anybody see that? And it landed behind me. Oh my god, that's a magic grenade. Okay, let's get this boss. See, I feel like I'm wearing glass cannon, right? They're sneaking bullets in. Like, fuck you guys. I'm in cover and shit. I might as well be wearing glass cannon, you know? I feel like that with these all red builds. Except glass cannon also pays you, you know? Extra love. There we go. Perfect shot. Oh, fuck. It's all body shots. Not that it land all headshots, but 100% body shots isn't a good side by side. Am I taking damage right now? How? Look at that. Are you serious? Are you guys watching that? It's that fucking turret over there. That's what was shooting me. I mean, there's this guy too, but that turret was the one doing all that damage. Not fair. Okay, we gotta be in cover. So, but we do definitely have diminishing returns on the weapon handling because I'm not feeling that much extra weapon handling. Come on, dude. Come out and fight. Suppressed? Why are you suppressed? Do you see how they stay in cover long enough for all of your buffs? That's the thing what I don't like about the new stacking technologies that they're building into everything. You know what I mean? It's just like, yeah, that's cool, but you know, when you got NPCs coming out at 3 at a time, you know, from these little spawn points, like, it's just like, great, I got all these stacks for 3 guys that I'm not going to use it on. And even if I was lucky enough to fully stack on those 3 guys, then now I got to run across the field to get the next 3 guys. And by the time I get there, all my stacks are gone. You know, it's just like, and then you suppress them, and then your stacks are sitting there decaying, or they won't come out of cover on purpose. So your stacks are decaying. It's just like, oh, geez. So you're inviting me out of cover, while at the same time you're trying to encourage us to play in cover. There's no win on that stacking system. Skeletor. Yeah, the windstorms are causing all this crap going on right now. We had, so I blinked in power earlier today too, actually. Diz is like, I thought everybody in Cali had them Tesla power walls. We got hamsters. Yeah, so there's, Kelly, there's like two types of PC players out there, right? Those that use the mouse and those that use controllers. I think if I was a PC player, I'd probably still use a controller. Would that give, would you still have an advantage? Or does that take away the PC advantage? You know what I mean? Because I know that the laser mouse thing, you just swing your gun way over here. It's crazy. Like, this is crazy. Like, so you could be shooting a target here and then PC players can go like that, like really fast. But that's as fast as I can go. That's it. And I can't stop with precision, right? Like I over or under, and you know, that's it. It's like I'm on turtle mode. I mean, when you watch like some PC player videos and stuff like that, and it's just like, and how fast they can whip their gun, it's like, holy moly. I know you're on PC. I could tell that they're on PC just by that. You know, some guys you can't tell because they don't really reveal much in their videos, right? No indicators. And then until you see their gun speed movement, like it's just like, wow. Anybody try adjusting that on like a console to see if they can get it comparable to a PC by adjusting like your camera movement? DM throw a fire grenade. They always get a fire grenade off. So she's really my focus. There's one. Is that gonna be fire? Yeah, you can't land a grenade in this fucking game, I'm telling you. It doesn't happen. I mean, if it does, it should be a fucking... Definitely get a game clip on that shit. Look at, they land theirs though. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I'm gonna heal out of that. Look, here comes another one. Look at those fucking grenades. There are all sorts of grenades. And then another one. Fucking guys. And another one. I have nowhere to go. There's so many grenades. They love to go in that little ditch. That's why I throw my decoy there to get them out. Is that everybody in the ditch? Okay, everybody's out of the ditch. Is it gonna be a grenadier chunga? What are we gonna get here? It's a red. Come on, guys. See what I'm saying? Watch this. They're just waiting for my stacks to decay, right? Like. That's what's going to be frustrating about those 200 stacks. You're hardly going to be able to use them. We're talking striker changes. The new striker, you're hardly going to be able to use them. So they fixed the decay thing, but it's just like when enemies are coming at you at 3 at a time, even if I pushed up on these enemies, which I can't because I got to play from cover build, right? And that's the Division 2. A lot of Division 2 builds are play from cover. A lot of them are. Doesn't mean I have to, but I'm wasting my talents. Come on out, dudes. Chicken shits. There's no cover if I go in there. You guys hogged all the cover. All right, she comes. This guy's still back here fucking hiding. Nope. Okay, good. More fire grenades. Infinite fire grenade lady. Hopefully it's a good setup here. There's one right over there. Oh, he's too far away. He didn't have full armor, but that medic back there's gonna annoy the hell out of me, isn't she? There he is. Way in the back though. Let's get him before one of those stupid grunts do. Come on over, buddy. Perfect. Come on in. Nice. Beautiful. That's the shot. It's a shot reasonable distance. It was about probably about 20 meters actually, which is funny. It looks like they look much closer than they really are in this game. I've been talking about that like for the last 3 or 4 months. Ever since we actually got into like Ranger reveals how horrible the metrics are in this game. They need to fix that. I don't think they're accurate, but either way, whatever you want to call it doesn't matter because we're not distance based on this one. There's another guy. There's another one. If I can land a fucking shot. I can't. I can't, apparently. Come on. I don't need to finish this actually, but whoa, God, salva soul. That's a tough question, man. It's not that tough. Like, I got a couple of different answers based on like. The truth is, like, I'm gonna give you a complicated answer. So, you know, I don't normally have the luxury to sort of just farm in general anymore. You know what I mean? Like usually I'm always working on a build, so that's kind of where my answer gets kind of mixed. But if I had to pick one, just one, it would probably be like the Blitz build. If you don't know what that is, it's basically the Hunter's Fury set up with Headhunter on it. Hunter's Fury with Headhunter on the chest piece. Memento backpack. Yeah, Memento backpack. And then from there, the gun kind of changes. Like I love, probably for ultimate satisfaction, I'm a Headhunter guy, so I love the Regulus for ultimate satisfaction, just blowing groups of people up. But you can also run it with the M870 shotgun. You can run it with the White Death and no scope. So it's all the same thing basically though. And then I have variations of that build. Like we just created one basically this morning actually. I mean, I published a video for it this morning, but what was it called? Monster Kill. So that was fun. That's a Tip of Spear version of it. And then I have a Tip of Spear Regulus version. So I have several versions of it. But that's the general concept. All right, so let's scrap this build now. All right, so let me just get my gear and we're gonna scrap it. So that's one of my favorites. Otherwise, like a 3-piece Aces is also one of my favorites. Like if I'm in a hurry, like and like if I want to get lots of XP really fast, then my Mantis build is probably the fastest. I mean, I can sit in a single spot and clear out like this whole control point in under 3 minutes. And that's because I can hit enemies all the way in the back of the field. I can also shoot enemies in my face. And so it's just a very efficient build. You know, nothing, my bullet can run faster than I can. So that's why it's so fast. And one shots everything, including named bosses. Heroic. And I could put all control points. I mean, I could put on every directive too and still get unlimited decoys. So really cool build. Very good for XP. So I basically, but even the other ones do really the same thing. So the other ones being like the Hunter's Fury one and all that. Like with shotguns, you can run out of ammo. So that can be a little bit tough, but yeah, the M870 can run out of ammo, but it still makes it as long as you're buying an ammo crate. So, okay, so that's the 4-piece. So now we're gonna take away 25% amp damage, and we're just gonna replace it with just some standard damage here. All right, so we're losing 25% amp damage and then replacing it with 10% assault rifle damage and gaining a crit mod as well. So let's see where we are. Crit rise, so we're over 60%. So I could probably change one of these now to crit damage. So we are now 54%. Good. It's a good one, huh? Is that better than what I have? Probably the same. A little bit better, huh? Yeah, it's basically the same. Got too many of them, huh? But see, this one's better. This is the best one because I can put armor on it. So I could toss that one. Toss that one. No, and then this one, although it's god rolled, it's less flexible, so it's garbage. Because I can put weapon handling, but I won't be able to change the armor core, so it's going. Salva, I don't play with directives. I really don't. I mean, I don't need the XP, and directives kind of slow you down. So the only time I do put them on is like if I'm running a pistol build or a sniper build, sort of because they don't slow me down. I mean, a little bit, but not in any significant way. And And you know, it doesn't really help a ton when it comes to gear. Well, not at all for gear quality, although for gear targeted loot, it increases a little bit, but I've never really noticed the impact when I do run directives. So I don't see the value in the directives for me. Again, if I'm looking to speed farm something, then I will put them on. But even then, you got to ask yourself, is it worth it, right? Now, speed farming for XP, yes, it is. I do like that. So I'll put on a sniper build or a pistol build or a shotgun build and run all my directives. And yeah, you know, you can go into Summit and run 10 directives. Summit's kind of slow. But unless you're just doing one floor. But I mean, like, just running up the ladder, basically, it just takes too long. You got, like, EMP discharges at you and all the shit, you know? It's like, Jesus. But I mean, I don't hate directives, but they slow me down. That's the only reason why I don't like them. And then some of them, like, I think are a bad idea, though, like, for the sake of the game's health. Like, I think that, what's it called? What's the one that Ragers? I think actually Ragers is a bad idea for the game's health, because a lot of people don't enjoy this game because they think the enemies are too tanky. And so some people don't play the game because of that. And then they give us a directive that basically makes them even more tanky. And so that's why I'm not a fan of that one. I think that if people are looking to challenge themselves and then they use that one a lot, they might find themselves getting frustrated with the game and their builds and all that stuff, you know what I mean? And it's because of, yeah, the enemies are really fucking tanky in this game. They're the bullet sponges, right? See that shit? That fucking fire grenade? Good timing, right? But I use it anyways, but not very often, right? Like, not very often. Not a big fan of it. So this one's got the least amount of damage. Remember, this is the three-piece striker. And brace on the chest. Oof. I ran through her, but she still got that punch off. And we're still one-shotting elites. Still. I say that still because all of them are doing the same thing. So the last build was one-shotting elites, so we took away four-piece striker, and we're still one-shotting elites. So this gun is basically working off of, and it's actually funny, it kind of feels a little better. There's that guy we need. Oops, he ducked. So this build is running basically off of RPMs. And crits, there's crits, don't get me wrong. But it's not like a WoW crit build, right? And that's because we're running three-piece striker that are taken away from possible crits. And then we're not running four pieces, which is taken away from amp damage. And we still got the difference between life and death types, time to kill. So am I claiming this build has the best time to kill in the game? No, not at all. That's not what I'm doing. That's ridiculous. It doesn't. But what I'm saying is that there's just time to kill that's fast enough to save your life and give you the survivability that you need. And then from there, do you need a better time to kill? You know, come on, boss. Get in view. Okay, she's not gonna come out of the door until he tries to hit me in the face, of course. And that was pretty good, right? We two-magged him, basically. Which is what we were doing on the other one. The other build, too. I think we one and two magged bosses. But it's all really hard to tell. And like I said, I can feel it a little bit. Like, oh, but the funny thing is like, this build feels like, this build almost feels better than the last one. And so that's the confusing part. That's perception. It isn't. This build is definitely weaker, right? We picked up 10% flat damage and a little bit of crit damage, but the other one had 25% amplified damage, right? Some stacking. This one doesn't need to stack, but it's just way less, right? Okay, here's the guy that we need. See if I can get a clean shot on him. Is he red? Yellow? Oh, he moved. And I need to move with him. Oh, he almost had it. I fucked that up. Okay. Did break him down. It's got to be clean for comparison, so it's not, the user error can't really be part of the equation. Again, it's not really comparison in builds. It's a comparison in fast time to kill with faster time to kill. And is there a point where it doesn't matter? What's the purple guy doing in here? In the second wave, what are these simple jacks doing here?
You are simple Jack.
That's what you guys are. Now, I don't actually recommend this as a build, although it works. I mean, what is our, I don't remember what our stats are. Like, accuracy is 95% plus another 45%, right? So we got another 45% here. So, I mean, it doesn't make sense to run that much accuracy. And I'm not feeling the benefit of it either. I wouldn't say I'm landing extra shots because of that. So I do consider it an underpowered build, and that's sort of the eye opener that I'm trying to present here a little bit. So that you can still do really good with underpowered builds, and it's not about playing solo, not playing solo. It's about the comparison of time to kill between the two builds. And when you up content level and legendary, it does make a bigger difference, right? Because this build, the other one if the other one does have excess time to kill, then it won't be as much excess on more difficult content. It'll be less excess, but there'll still be. Oh, look, I got a proficiency level. And what ends up happening is that you end up having ammo issues, right? You run out of ammo. Oh, that's our guy. We kill this. Try to get him back here. Can we get a clean shot on him? Almost. Fuck. I don't know why it's so hard in those scenarios. It's like the gun doesn't want to follow him. Gets like stuck. And I don't know if it's because I haven't been using assault rifles long enough lately. I've been using a lot of one shots. It's a little sticky feeling though, like there's a drag in the gun, and I think it's that high level of accuracy. It probably is, to be honest with you. Like, it kind of gets locked. It's like, feels like it's locked on, and it's like too much control. You don't get used to it. A lot of God rolled mods here. Don't need them. So I guess my point is, like what I was saying earlier, is like there's different degrees, or I should say that surplus of damage is going to start to change in the upper content, like legendary, right? And so legendary, you're going to have less surplus of damage, but there's still surplus of damage. The concept still stands over there. And so my point would still stay the same, which is the question that we ask is like, if you could save or take away a microsecond of damage, where would you move it to? In the range, that damage could appear a lot like it's a lot more, because you'd be like, well, like if you take off the contractor's gloves, let's say the contractor's gloves add, you know, 2,000 more damage to each crit. We're like, well, that's 2,000 per crit. You know what I mean? And I'm critting 60% of the time, so, you know, I don't know, it's like 20 rounds. It adds up, you know, and it looks like that, right? But then you take it out in the field and you're just like, wow, but it, you know, look at my time to kill in the field on a target that's not made out of paper and that's moving, you know, and there's more factors involved in your time to kill. Factors like landing your shots and, you know, not being suppressed and being suppressed and time out of cover and stuff like that, right? And you'll be like, wow, I don't even notice it. To put them on, take them off, put them on, take them off, put them on, take them off, you know? Or just put a regular Grupo there instead or something comparable, right? And you'll be like, wow, I don't know. I can't tell. I'm sure it's a little bit faster, but I can't tell. You know, in the testing range, it says it's faster, but in the field, you can't, it's hard to tell. You might tell. You might be able to tell. But then you say, but if you go frame by frame, which we're going to try to do here, if you go frame by frame, and then you'll see, wow, it's really not that much faster, you know? And so the question is, that I like to use is, from when I'm creating builds, is it saving my life? Is it the difference between life and death? Is it the difference between making the build fun or not? You know, these are questions that matter. But I still start with the fastest time to kill. That's how I start creating most builds anyways, so you know. I get my time to kill where it needs to be, which is usually the fastest. And don't you start that fucking grenade. And then I start backing it off. And say, okay, let's now, can I take off these contractor's gloves? And then, come on up, buddy. Come on up. Come on up. He's not gonna come in. He's gonna get suppressed. Got him. It's actually a good shot right there. He didn't get suppressed. I thought he was gonna get suppressed. I don't get to see his full body, but we get to see the full one mag on him. Those fucking grenades, huh? That's bullshit, huh? It's pretty annoying. I mean, look at that fire. It's everywhere. It's massive circle. That's a big radius. Somebody get back here. And so this concept, there is somebody fucking back there. God damn it. Or is that the, I don't know where you came from. I'm confused. But the concept that we're talking about, it's the same question. You can ask it about anything, you know? And so, but the reason why it's a really important question to ask about damage is because it's not something that's commonly discussed, and there's a lot of people that don't believe it exists. If you ask that question to people, they'll say there's no such thing as too much damage. And sometimes they're kind of joking around, but they believe that. They believe that. There's no such thing as too much damage. I mean, one common, one that a lot of people are more accepting on is the MMRs. So the like the Nemesis is a really good example, right? The Nemesis is a great example, as a matter of fact. So the Nemesis puts out, like in the solo setup, no Achilles pulse, puts out about 60 million. You know, just a standard sniper setup on heroic. Do you need, what enemy can take 60 million damage? I don't know one. You know, what enemy can take 55? What about 50 million? What a heroic, elite, or boss can take that much, you know? Now, there's guys that wear helmets, but it's always gonna take 2 shots on those guys anyways. One to crack the helmet, one to kill, at the very least. And so you could have I think there is a threshold where you can actually bust through their helmet. I personally don't know what it is because I think it's way high. And it might only be achievable on, should we just crush that fucking boss? On, the TAC 50, because you might need a concussion factor. But I'm not exactly sure. It's a little out of my realm. I don't do that very much. I want to do it. It usually takes a team support to manage that. Team buffs and all that junk. But yeah, so there's diminishing returns on sniper builds. There's diminishing returns on high armor regen builds and armor on kill build. Definitely on armor on kill, right? Like, easy to accept, isn't it? Get this rifle guy out. That rifle guy out because he's gonna circle me. Here we go. All right. Ah, fuck. If I fucking click in the scope, I'd be able to get that head a little easier. Fucking lady and her fucking grenades. It's irritating. Yeah, it's a little sticky, this much weapon handling. It kind of feels like it gets locked on. I have aim assist turned off, so, you know, there's nothing computerized there. So if you think about all the shots that you miss when you miss on this gun, right? It's a lot of shots. It causes an extra reload. There's a boss right here. Ooh. He was fast right there. Oh, almost 2 mags. Almost 2 mags. If I didn't miss a few of those bullets, we would have got that. But it's an ammo sucker right there. So yeah, when you miss, it's just like in the air, right? Why didn't you try? Right on, Skeletor. I think I'm almost done with the getting the shots we need here. I didn't mean to reset that actually. Rising Reap, I think you might have saw the wrong video, bro. The original, well, there's multiple game over builds. So there's a game over with crit. There's a game over with crits, and there's one where I use the game like the chest, or I think I used the foundry chest piece. And then there's one, the original one, I used the capacitor. All of them have 6 skill tiers no matter what, though. All of them have 6 skill tiers. So no. So yeah, so run it how you saw Reapers, if you, in case you didn't see the right video. 6 skill tiers capacitor for sure. 6 skill tiers capacitor. You always want 6 skill tiers on that build. That's its strength. So the power's coming. 6 skill tiers capacitor. Let's see. No. Actually, let me fast travel over to this place. Just need one more clean shot of, like, if I can get full body. I mean, I got a couple of clean shots of that NPC, but one of them, the best one I have in my head wasn't a full body. There he is. Perfect. He's running away though. Here he comes. Oh, they always do that bullshit, don't they? God damn it. Why don't they just give it to me straight up? He ran away. Fucking pussy. And then for some reason there's a fucking turret back there just like, you know, waiting for me. There's a little bit of a beam right there, huh? Might as well be wearing glass cannon if you're all red. I say that sarcastically because it's just, you know, you're all red. You lose your armor just as fast. Get rid of Mr. Turret Man here. Delete his turret. How's that turret still fucking shooting at me? I just killed him. Got it. That was pretty rough too. But we got it in a single mag. There were a lot of shots that I hung on the body too long and my gun was swaying left and right. Which is a funny thing to be saying on a rail splitter, I gotta say, right? Like, it doesn't sound right. Do you have a lot of accuracy on that thing? I do. And I think that More, I think more than you're supposed to. You know what I mean? I think that's possible. I really do think so. I think that like, I think the gun like gets over controlled. I don't know if that's possible really, but like it's hard to tell. But it just feels like it. Like when I'm reading into it too much. I don't know, but it feels like it gets sticky. Then you're kind of over and under correcting like that, like. And then other times it's like, yeah, you're really getting in on the head. But I don't think I would need this much weapon handling for this gun. Probably probably 2 times too much, I think, actually. Probably need half as much as I have here. I mean, you probably want to like level out the stability so that's just as good as the accuracy. But come on in. Oh, don't hold on to the trigger as much, huh? All right. There's a boss just waiting for us. Or not. More burst damage, basically, is what I'm saying. There's another one. Perfect. That grenade come for me. Isn't that nice? It was a fire grenade too. Gets suppressed a lot. It's annoying. Too many bullets. Fuck, she just ran away? And she comes back to throw a fucking annoying grenade on me. Fucking the worst. Fucking lady. Swear to God, look at, oh, here comes another one. Fucking G's are laying it on thick, bro. Oh, another grenade. Fuck. What's with the grenades? I mean, it's so annoying because they're not only more effective with them, they throw them all the time. Right? It's like... This is one of the reasons why I really love those rifle builds we've been running lately. They are actually a fucking game changer. Because these guys do weird things, like they kind of walk sideways and they can get out of your steady stream of bullets, right? They're pretty good at that. and they'll do cartwheels and they'll do, you know, somersaults, and they'll walk on their hands and stuff like that. And you're like, or they'll walk backwards or walk sideways or walk at a weird backwards, sideways backwards angle, and all of that stuff is like sort of hard to track on at least a console. And sometimes it leads to getting you killed, right? Because of the way they move. Cool. I think we got enough data. James S, what's up, man? Glad you are, man. More to come, more to come. Yeah, some of them are. I don't know, Reaper. I have had new players use those in that particular build. But yeah, Reaper's right. Reaper's right. We say that. I say that when we recommend that build, and I think he's pretty consistent with that too, which is when you use the game over build, like there's a lot of builds like that. You got to play into the build, right, to get the most out of these builds, because they're made. The idea of the game over build is like, you know, there's like memento trophies are really strong. If you play into them, like you're getting these big bursts of damage and life, right? And so, you know, so if you're a very relaxed player, you're not really getting all of that life, or the big, you know, the big jumps that the build is designed to be able to benefit from. Now the build will still work, and so I actually say like it's actually one for that's decent for a new player, but you know, because it's forgiving. You know what I mean? So for a new player that has a hard time, like with legendaries especially, that takes a lot of damage and you get sick of dying and stuff like that, and then you'll find out like, wow, you could play that build and you'll end up being like maybe on the scoreboard. You know what I mean? And it's just like, wow, I ran this skill build and now I'm on the scoreboard, where before my team was having to pick me up all the time. You know? So it does help you. It's a good build if you're to also, I think, learn some of these more difficult missions, because you'll survive a grenade to the face and heal up, and you know, you don't run out of armor kits very often. And so, but yeah, for the most part, that build is designed to push and legendary, be aggressive, and when you can get there, if you're not already, but if you can get there, then you're gonna have even more fun with it. James, I don't know, man. James is asking if there's anything wrong with the naked talent. The naked talent's on the SVD, so which is you hit an enemy without. Well, I guess you don't have to use it on SVD, but you hit an enemy without armor. And what does it give you? Was it weapon damage or headshot damage? It gives you headshot damage, doesn't it? The next shot. Let's see here. What does it say? Recal library, marksman rifle, talents. Naked. Okay, hitting an enemy with no armor grants 50% headshot damage for 5 seconds. Yeah, bro. So probably your problem is that timer. I don't know. Are you seeing the talent icon? So I never use this talent. Never use it. So, and I've thought about it. I was like, oh, it's not that bad. Hitting an enemy with armor grants 50% headshot damage. A lot of the sniper builds are so strong, I normally don't need it though. That's really why. I think it does. I would actually keep it on the SVD. I think that's the best, one of the best weapons for that talent. Unless you're really gonna play into that headshot damage. But the thing is the 5 second thing, and so that's why the SVD is going to be better, because that timer, and perfect naked might be longer, but that timer is so short. That timer is so darn short. I don't know if there's anything wrong with it though, man. I haven't used it long enough, but it might be that talent. You might be like, why didn't the thing work with me? So if the only enemies that don't have armor, are gonna be the red guys, and it should work against chungas too. Right, guys? So you think you'd be able to land on a chunga's head and it would work out pretty cool, which would make that actually the commando a really nice secondary weapon and legendary. But it's only available on MMRs, if I remember right. Yeah, this shouldn't be over here. It's one of the unique talents. First Blood and Naked, both MMR exclusives and commonly not used. Boo, right? Okay, so let me see here. Let me look. So give me a second. I'm just gonna keep this build up here. So this is the last build that we just ran. So this is the weakest of the set. So we ran 3 different builds. So now I'm gonna look through our clips and see if I can find at least one of each on the clean of each build. One clean clip, the same enemy for each build, and I'll set them up side by side. It's gonna take a minute. Where is my replays? This over here. Okay. So I gotta dig through a folder real quick. I wish you could hide your icons underneath your you know, your little damage icons and all that stuff, your proc things. I wish you could hide that. That would help this be like, well, guess which build I'm wearing. Okay, there's a good one right there. I'm gonna rename this one to be build 3. All right. So what else we got here? So yeah, for that new legendary content, that game over build we were talking about, that's probably what I'm gonna run on day 1. Okay, so I got 2 of them now. Let's see, rename build. 1, B. And now I just need to find the middle build. Where's build 2? Just trying to find the build 2, the one with the strikers, 4-piece strikers. I can't find it. Fuck, we got a clip, didn't we? Pretty sure I hit that. If not, I'm gonna have to put it on. Because I'm not seeing any striker stacks on any of these. So maybe we didn't get one. That's weird. Maybe I didn't run that build? Maybe I didn't run that build? Huh. Didn't we run the 4-piece striker? With the 49? Yeah, because I remember putting the crit chance back on it. There we go. Huh. For some reason, I don't have that stat. So that screenshot. It's not screenshot, big clip. Blackpoint from Germany. Good to see you back, man. I had fun with you this morning. Blackpoint, that was a fun stream. You said something that was funny earlier. Oh, I think it was the pirate lady. Holy shit. I think that's what I was laughing hard about. I think you made a comment about the... We were talking about the naughty pirate. The French lady. I don't know why that was just so funny, but I was like, there's something about her. Oh, she said something. We all caught it. I think I was like, did she say erotic gear? It's like, I'm pretty sure she said erotic gear. I know she's got an accent, but it sounded like she said erotic gear. Oh my gosh, that was the funniest part of the whole thing. I think most entertaining part of the whole thing. Was anybody really that disappointed? Was anybody really disappointed? I wasn't that disappointed. I think I had my realities in check. I was hoping that for a Heartland date. You know, I wasn't expecting a Resurgence one, but you know, there was always a possibility. But you know, I think just like by now, it's like, really, we're still not gonna get a Heartland date? Wow. You know, just wow, right? They're still testing on Heartland, and I know a lot goes in the game, so you know, whatever. But it's just like, geez, really? But you know, I don't know. So I wasn't expecting like a ton of like new stuff. I know I realize how far behind they are and everything they're doing, but I just, you know, I thought the possibility of getting a Heartland date was a real thing. You know, I was like, yeah, that's probably all the news we're gonna get. It's probably, I was just thinking that, I was like, in my head, I was like, it's probably all just gonna be a Heartland update, which is cool, because I'm really looking forward to that game. You know, I think it's gonna be cool. What do you guys think? I don't think any of that footage that we saw was actually new. You know, like if you just take like close looks at it, I think that's, you know, I think that's old footage. I don't think it's really anything new there, you know. I think well, I guess what I'm saying is, like, I think they actually have more advanced advances than what we've seen, than what we saw. I think that the gameplay is actually, the game footage, the game has evolved since the footage that they produced, basically. I think that we didn't see the latest footage. Because I've seen similar footage months ago. But, that being said, like, I don't want to analyze the footage. It's not worth it. Like, you know, looking at things like how many, everything's subject to change, right? Everything, it's just like the PTS. I mean, you think the PTS is bad, you know? All right. I'm gonna have to run this because I guess I didn't get a clip with this. This is just weird. I know we ran it. I'm pretty sure we did. Maybe, you know, all right. Maybe I didn't hit the button or something. All right. So it won't be that hard. We just got to get one shot with that guy. But because the other two came out good, so. But yeah, so my expectations, you know, I wasn't really disappointed. But like I said, like with the PTS thing and the changes, like, so going into that and trying to like look, hey, look. You know, it's just like, look what's going on over here in this little picture, and that 1 second glimpse that they gave us, it's not really worth doing that. Everything can change, right? They say, oh, we're gonna get 9 extraction points, we're gonna get 13, you know, whatever, we're gonna get 5 extra grenades. You know, none of that stuff is, we don't know, you know? I mean, they're still testing. It's just like, geez, yeah, all of that could change. So here's the build, 55, 132. And then just 4-piece striker. So this is the middle build. This is the one that bridges the gap a little bit between the perfect glass cannon one and the one that was all weapon handling. And so I just didn't get a clean shot, so we gotta get that real quick. So again, you know, like I said at the end of my recap video, it's just gonna be another video I'm hoping for and still looking forward to, but I'm just not going to really give him much. I don't think it deserves any of my attention right now, you know? And I feel bad for the news channels because they, you know, I was surprised by some of the videos, and I like the positivity. I love the positivity, so I was happy about that, like coming from the community. Actually, I thought I would see a lot more negativity from content creators, you know, from community leaders. I thought I would see a lot more content creator, but all I saw was, I mean, then their videos there, I think mine was the most pessimistic, which is funny because I feel like I'm usually the optimist here. But I saw a lot of like huge news, big news, wow, game breaking news. I was like, wow, really? I was like, I missed that part, you know? But I appreciate the positivity, so that's nice, you know. That, you know, and I didn't want to feed the community with major disappointment. I didn't. But, you know, I led with, wow, really, we didn't get a date. The one thing we were hoping for, I think, you know, and we didn't get the date, and I think that was a real disappointment. And I was disappointed. That's my honest opinion, you know. God damn, I'm getting wailed on for the back here. Yep. Some guy. Oh, look, it's a fucking tusk. Jesus Christ. Let me just kill myself. But it was good. I guess it was kind of cool to see that not everybody was. Where's my fucking civilians? Anybody see them? It's interesting to see, you know. Yeah, Richard. Richard, that's great. I like what Richard just said. He says, to be honest, mate, I've resigned to just waiting for it all to come out. Me too. That's exactly what I mean. A lot of people want it all now or yesterday, only to complain about it. I love the game and play it for what it is. That's a really well stated. Because he knows his community. Richard obviously knows his community really well. Because that's exactly what happens. Is it's like everybody just complains about everything, you know. And you know, sometimes I can get like that too. You know, every day I have my bad days, but. You know, some guys just, that's all they do is complain about the dark zone, and then they spend 100% of their time in the dark zone. I don't get it. I don't get that. But but that's kind of what I am. That's where I am at with Heartland specifically. It's just like, yeah, when we get it, when we get it. But I'm also kind of trying to keep things into perspective. Like, hey, you know, they gave up on this game, and then they were told to never mind. We're no longer giving up on this game. You know, that's all 360, man. That's and all those people who made you reassigned to other teams outside of the Division 2. Now you got to go hire new people. Okay, did anybody notice that they spent like 30 minutes on Pierre? Remember Pierre? Okay, why do you think they were spending that much time on Pierre, right? It's because they're having a hard time recruiting, right? It's that whole, oh, there's the guy we need right there. Is he gonna stand? You know that whole, like, the Great Resignation thing? They're like being impacted by it. Everybody is, of course. And so that's why they spend such a big chunk of time on, like, you could be a developer too. You know? He's not gonna be our guy apparently, huh? Too much running around like a maniac? All right. And so that's what Pierre was all about, was that they need more developers, and they're having a hard time hiring qualified developers, and they're trying to pull from creative members from creative places, you know. And that guy Pierre ended up being a project manager, but before he was just basically a cosplay guy, right? An enthusiast, as you would say. And so that's cool. But that's what that was. That was a big PR thing, a PR HR stunt. God damn. See how they move? Like, wait. If you're gonna be a bullet sponge, then stand still and sponge up these bullets. That's the way I feel. Their accuracy, Jesus Christ. Oh. Good one. You know, it's funny. I like the three-piece aces, three-piece striker better than those four pieces. Everything's the same, except it's just less amp damage. Oh God, really? Really? Let him out, man. Look at him. Come down here and save me. 2 in a row, you're not gonna save me? Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Really? Oh my God, these guys. Okay, forget it. Obviously, that's not gonna happen. Yeah, coming 2024. Yeah, good point, Corporal. It would have been nice to see. Like, we don't even know if it's going to be 2023, right? Like, wow. Okay, here's something I was going to put a message out, right? Like, I was going to put a message out. Okay, what happened to X Defiant? Really? Really? Wasn't it just last Ubisoft Forward, which was like, didn't X Defiant take like 80% of the show? And now it's gone? What a waste. I mean, I know they got a bunch of negative feedback and stuff like that. Like, it's, oh, this isn't Tom Clancy at all, and blah, blah, blah. But still, they're not saying, hey, we're back to work on the X Defiant. It's just, I mean, it's just dead, right? I mean, they didn't say one word about X Defiant, and that's part of the Division universe, or we thought it was. What happened? They didn't tell us what happened. I mean, it's just... Let's just not talk about it. You know, let's not talk about Bruno. That's the Bruno of the Division 2. Is that what we're saying here? It's the Bruno of the Division 2. X-Defiant. Jesus, man. What the fuck? Really? Whoever's wailing on me from inside there, their accuracy. It's that turret again. It's that fucking turret. You see that turret? Way in the back, wailing on me. And we just smashed it, but still. Okay, that guy on the top of the truck, that's who we need. Need him to come down and play. Oh, my God. This is why I run builds with armor and kill. Because we killed a bunch of guys. Yeah, but I think we deserve dates too. I think we deserve dates, and we're all adults, so you can also say, hey, this date isn't locked in. You know, it's subject to change. Things could go bad. But wouldn't their investors be pissed if they didn't have dates? They gotta have dates, right? And why are their dates so top secret? Is that the opposite of what you want to do with your community? Yeah, we've been teasing you with this game for 10 years now. We're not going to give you a date. We're just not going to give you a date. So the thing is like, I also need to get my stacks going on this thing, huh? Not paying attention to that. God damn, do you see the way he moved? Unnatural. Nice. Hold on. Hold on. There it is. That's our shot. See if I can get a second one just in case while we're here. That was our shot though. Pretty fast time to kill, huh? I mean, they all are. Of course, the perfect glass cannon is going to have the fastest, but it's going to be interesting, I think, to see these. I'm opening up my software. We might get a quick blip. I'm gonna wait for her to come out. See if she does. Jesus, guy. He stuck it to me there, didn't he? Another good one. That's what we needed. Same guy. So we got two. Oh, no right thumb on me. God damn it. All right, I'm just gonna kill myself. It's fine. We're good. We got it. Okay, let's grab these clips. Okay. Should be the last 2 or 3. Okay, I'll flash that build here. So you'll be sitting here compiling these real quick. It's gonna take a few minutes. So then I'll put it up on the screen. Let's see, so we got build 1, which is the glass cannon one. There it is. So build 1. Build 2. Almost done. I'm getting a frame perfect so that, like, right as he dies, that's where I end it. Literally go frame by frame to get it, like, right when they die. Right when you put out your first bullet and right when they die. Yeah, sorry this is taking a minute, by the way. I think it's a cool exercise, though. I think you'll see the value of it when I'm done here. Almost done. I'm just framing it out right now, and then I'll render it. All right, this is cool. Okay. Rendering it, only take a minute to render, and then we're good to go. It came out pretty cool, though. Okay, so export. all done. Let me preview it real quick, and then we'll load it up. Thank you for being patient. Sorry it took me a minute. Fortunately, it's about as fast as I can go. Okay, so this is cool. Okay, so live. Let me add a video here. Here we go. This media source. Load this video up. Okay, let me add the audio. Can you guys see that okay? You should be able to see it now. So Miss Gunn, what up? Welcome, welcome. All right, so we're working on a project here. Let me just set the stage. Let me pause this thing, okay? So we ran. Actually, let me hide it real quick. So we ran 3 different builds. This is technically build 2, okay? This is what we call build 2, and so this bridged the gap. But basically, it's a very high weapon handling accuracy build. Basically, it's got 95% accuracy on the stats, but there's another 45%, so it's 140% accuracy on this build, okay? And that's because we're running brace, so it doesn't show in the stats, but when we're in cover, we get another 45%. So 140% accuracy, and everything else is just crit, so it's standard 55, 132, okay? So that's the middle of the road build, basically, which is what we're calling build 2. Build 3 was the weakest of the series, and basically I took off the amplified damage just to give it some flat damage instead, and then I had to change the stat accordingly to get my crits up, and so we allowed one more crit damage mod here. So that brought us to 54.8 to 143, no amplified damage, and the same accuracy, so 140% accuracy. So again, there's no damage on our weapon, right? There's no on the talent, that is no damage on the chest piece talent, and my mods are accuracy mods. See, you got 2 of those. This one doesn't have an option, otherwise I would have done it. It's just crits, so no accuracy mods. So the only talent that's giving this damage is vigilance, and that's fine. That's fine. So all of them are running, all 3 builds were running vigilance. Now let's look at the first build, which was this one. So then this is build 1. So the one we just saw was build 2, and then this one was build 1, and except we were running the same CTAR, except we put Optimist on it, and this has got crits on it. Otherwise, it's just critted out everywhere, and so we're at 48, so we have to adjust this a little bit. I put 1 crit chance mod on here to play it a little bit, but we do got the Coyote's Mask, right? And so the Coyote's Mask is kicking in 25% crit hit damage at times. So that's our crit stats. Remember, the crit damage is fluctuating up to basically 25% more, so 180. So, but what I want you to notice is this one has got perfect glass cannon on it. All right, so perfect glass cannon. So basically what I did is we went out and fought a bunch of control points, right? And and when you're fighting kind of on your own, you know, you're kind of like, oh, can I tell this build stronger? Can I not? And so video footage, you don't all have the luxury of video footage. I get that, right? But that's sort of what we're looking at here. Is it's like, look, if you take this down, if you can do a side-by-side, get out of the testing range isn't going to tell you this. The testing range is going to tell you, ooh, the build's fast. Ooh, this build seems faster. I think this build's faster. It's got, on paper, it says it's got a higher damage and a better DPS. But in the real world, where you got an enemy moving, not everything's going to land on the head. You're going to be like head, body, neck, earlobe, right, with your shots, and some are going to even miss. So how does that play out in reality, right? You cannot use when it comes to survivability or even the evaluation of a build. That's why you can't do it in the testing range. It's very unhelpful in the testing range. I say that I believe that the testing range doesn't help me. It gives me an idea based on damage numbers, but the reality is like, how does it perform? Handling has a lot to do with it. Now this has nothing to do about a better build, which build is better, you know, or I'm not proving out any one of these builds. But what I am saying is that, is there the possibility that the meta doesn't exist? And is it possible that the meta is subjective to the player's skill and player style? And if so, is there such a thing as diminishing returns on power? And what I mean by that is that if your time to kill is fast and the other time to kill is fast, if the difference between fast and fast is only microseconds, you can't perceive that difference. Does it actually exist? It's that same question, like if a tree falls and there's nobody around to hear it, does it make a sound? It's like that, except damage. If this one's faster but nobody can fucking tell that it's faster, does it actually faster? Is it actually a better build? Or would you be better off rolling more accuracy or armor on kill or armor regen or whatever else, right? Status effects, whatever you want. So, okay. So what I've done is, so I've compiled, these are the same, what I want you to see here, let me turn on the volume just a little bit, it's a little strong. But the sound effects is important to leave in there because you can hear like when all three guns are firing and when you're down to one. So there's this, I want you to understand that this video footage is not sped up. I did not speed up this video footage. This is real time to kill, okay? That's how it played out. And so you can tell which build is the fastest by the screen going black, okay? So I went frame by frame, and as soon as the first bullet left, so all of these had full mags upon firing. As soon as the first bullet left, that's where the beginning of the trim starts. As soon as the enemy is dead, the instant the enemy's dead, meaning that his bar is all the way, the red is all the way into red, and the armor bar disappears, that's considered the kill. Not when he lands on the ground, okay? When he's dead in the air, basically, right? So they're all the same here. And so the fastest build is the one that goes black first, all right? So let's just start it here. So I'm going to start from the scratch and then we'll go into the loop. The fastest build is the one that goes black first, okay? And then I'm going to see if I can, well, let me try to slow mode it first, okay? So I'm going to, can I do that? Can I do frame by frame here? It's not going to let me. It's not going to let me. I just got to either play it or not, okay? So build 1 is the glass cannon on the left. Build 2 is the 4-piece striker build in the middle. Build 3 is the 3-piece striker on the right. All right, so perfect glass cannon is on the left. The strongest build in the game is on the left. The weakest build is on the right. Pay attention. Strongest build in the game on the left. Weakest build is on the right. And then there's the one in the middle, which is the 4-piece striker in the middle. Okay? So the one on the right has no glass cannon. It's running brace. The one on the right has 0 amplified damage. How much faster is perfect glass cannon than the one on the right? It's a microsecond. I can't even tell you. It doesn't even, there's no measurement on here. It's a microsecond, right? And again, none of this footage is speed up. Is one of them landing more headshots? Is one of them, there's variables there. And yes, I need you to recognize the variables. One of them might be landing more headshots. One of them might be landing more body shots. One of them shooting on the guy's wrists and arms and shoulders. Look at the one on the right. It's getting head, shoulders, arms, hands, right? And same with the one on the left. Head, shoulders, arms, neck, head, right? So it's everything's in there that you need to see, right? The one in the middle is, it's the same thing. Like there's a little triangle, right? You see the triangle, that they're all doing the same triangle, right? Slightly different distances, but they're all relatively close. Now I zoomed in so you could see it all better. right? The one on the left is hitting at the meta, which people call the meta, because it's got perfect glass cannon and contractors or whatever. So that one's hitting at almost 1,960,000 critting on the head. The one on the left, 960,000. The one on the right peaks out at 526,000, almost half the damage, 50% of the damage, basically. The one on the right, and the time to kill is just as fast. Well, it's slower by a frame, maybe 2 frames, right? That's incredible to me. And that's proving my point. So if that's the difference of running perfect glass cannon, contractor's gloves, fox's prayers, and the coyote mask, you know, and is it worth it? Is it worth it if the weakest build is killing just as fast, or the perceived time to kill is close enough? Then are you better off just putting, I don't know, another 10% armor on kill on instead of running perfect? Nothing wrong with glass cannon. I'm not picking on glass cannon, but instead of the Fenris and contractor's gloves, are you better off with running 2-piece spellstone? Or are you better off running the memento backpack instead of the coyote's mask, right? These are the types of decisions. This is how I would evaluate the build. Well, this is the fastest time to kill in the game. You know, my gun of choice is a Cetar. I went with Optimus, right? It's got Optimus. I'm running the Coyote's mask. Contract. It doesn't get any stronger than this. Perfect glass cannon, right? Okay, cool. Now let me test it. Let me make a weak ass build and see if I can detect the time difference in time to kill. You know, use it on the average grunt. And, you know, when you're out there, this is the challenge for you, right? You don't have the luxury to go frame by frame like I do. So what you're doing, what everybody's doing, not just you, but what everybody's doing is they're running the build one way, or they're just using the testing range, because that's the easiest way. That's the tool that you have available to you. You got 2 tools available to you. One is you go into testing range and you stand there and you look at the paper and say, the paper was just, wow, this one's 2x stronger. How could I not choose it, right? Totally. And so, and then you're like, okay, well, you know, I realize that the testing range is fixed, right? Like there's a paper target. It's not shooting back. It's not moving. I'm landing 100% of my shots on the head. The reality is it's not going to pan out to be 2x higher, right? The other one's got better handling. It's apparently landing more shots on the head or something, but there's just random chance in every enemy that you're running against. There's an RNG on how many shots that you're going to land on the head or whatever. You know, the reality is, my point is, you're not going to get a 100% headshot with an assault rifle. Now, I know if you're crazy, got a crazy laser mouse, that your shots are still going to be better. But when the RPM, so the one on the right, it's got higher RPMs, right? So the one on the right has like 1,040 RPMs or something like that, right? So the one on the right's advantage is, although its damage is 50% of the one on the left, the one on the right has got 100 and something plus RPMs on that build. So it's not only more accurate, but it's actually putting in more bullets into the enemy. They're lesser damage bullets. They're 526,000. So half as strong, twice as many bullets, right? And that's what closes in the gap. RPMs are ultimately king here. Landing shots is king, obviously. If you're not landing your shots, I mean, you're not even going to be on the... you know what I mean? You're not going to be here. And so that's why technically build 2 and 3 both stand against build 1. You know, is that... And I'm not even really... I mean, even build 2, right? The one in the middle, it's still pretty good. It's just the way the cookie crumbled, right? The reality is build 3 shined over build 2, but build 2 and build 3 are basically the same build, except build 2 has got more amplified damage. So the reality is that build 2 should have won here. So when I was killing that middle, and we're talking build 2 is the middle one, that when I was killing the guy in the middle, I was almost at full striker stack. So there were all the stacks were there. So you can't say it's the stacks because I had killed 2 or 3 enemies right before him, and I realized you can't see that on the screen. But I had all my striker stacks on build 2, close enough to full. Close enough to full. That's so build 2 is way stronger than build 3. Build 2 is hitting at a peak of 648,000. Okay, so build 2 is 120,000 crit higher than build 3. But it's not enough. That's not enough. So that looks huge in the testing range. In the testing range, you're like, whoa, shit. So build 3 is hitting at 526. Build 2 is hitting at 648. Like, yeah, you know, build 2 all the way. Not really. Not really. It's not as it doesn't pan out to be as much as you think it would be in the game. Now, the times where it does is like when you have a big, fat, juicy target that doesn't move very much. So you'll see it kind of play out a little bit in those scenarios. So yeah, so sometimes like that could be like a warhound or maybe a tank, you know, or even a chunga, right? Because they're big and they're big targets, and it's really easy to get 100% accuracy on those big fat targets. So you will see build 1 will outshine that, but you don't build generally around a chunga or a tank or a warhound. You need to build around the other, what I say, 48 targets, right? And so that's why I chose this target. He's your average Joe. He's pretty tanky. You know, he's not a tank, but he's not a lightweight either, right? He's like, he's got a lot of armor. I think it's like, I don't know what it is exactly, but like 9 million, I want to say. He's like somewhere around there, you know? Somewhere like 7, 8, 9, 10 million. I mean, I can one-shot him at about 9.5 million to 10.5 million with my one-shot build. So that tells me that he's around there, not higher. And I'm playing solo heroic here, right? Yeah, totally. So Richard is saying this just proves that handling, fast hands, accuracy, and talents and similar are just as good, if not better, than raw damage. Yeah. And so now, but you know, so this is still in one type of environment, right? And so I got to say that because, and I talked about this earlier as I was playing and getting the data, which is like, what I mean is that, you know, let me shrink this a little bit so you can still see it. But this is heroic content and solo. So this is going to change, like the difference between 1 and 3 are going to change as you start adding more players. And so what I'm saying is like the enemies are going to get tankier. And so what I'm trying to tell you is that basically build 1 has diminishing returns in damage, right? So build 1 has too much damage, and you got a lot for the type of content we're playing. So that's a very important thing to understand. For solo heroic, build 1 has too much damage. Now there'd be too many variables to start bringing in other players. Okay, so let me try to tell you this. So adding another player, okay, and everybody knows this, is going to make build 1 stronger, not weaker, because that other player could be coming in with a status effects build that gives you 10% more damage to status effects. They could be giving you more damage to targets out of cover. They could be wearing True Patriot, giving you amplified damage. There's a lot of buffs to teams in this game, right? And so same with 3 players, right? So 3 players. And so that's why if you're really trying to speed run in this game or kind of do those league events, you know, like optimally, you won't go over 3 guys. So anywhere, 1 could be real too hard for you to speed run those things if you're not good at that kind of thing on the regular. But 2 or 3 guys makes it really easy. You add the 4th guy, and then these enemies get so tanky, you know, you're gonna struggle even as a unit, you know. And so, but what we can see here is in a solo legendary environment, there's too much damage. There's more damage than what's being used on build 1. And so because the time to kill is so fast, And the enemy, or the power, I don't know what I want to say here. Like the power is so high that the enemy is dead before you really peak out on your time to kill. And so like build 3 is kind of showing that that's the weakest build. You got to remember build 3 is about half as much damage on crit as build 1. And it's fractions of a second. And so if I can get a timer on that, I will. And so I'll actually try to create a timer that will actually take it to the second. How would I do that? Like I would need the decimal points in that timer. I'll have to figure that out. That'll be some sort of special timer I'll have to create, but I'll try to create that on a video. Because it might require some sort of code, but anyways, I think that's basically what I wanted to showcase today. So mission accomplished. And again, this has nothing to do with glass cannon or glass cannon sucking or anything like that. I love glass cannon. Glass cannon is build 1, and the other 2 are striker. Build 1 is basically the meta build, and this is just a big discussion. Is there such a thing as a meta? Is that subjective? And is the running Contractor's Gloves and Fox's Prayers and Coyote's Mask or whatever worth it if you lose all that additional survivability you could add for that much time to kill that you see here between 1 and 3? And for me it's not in many cases, which is why I'll add back on, or I'll choose to just like, well, I want to run striker. It's more fun. Now, if I'm doing solo legendary, then yeah, I'll go glass cannon and I'll still go striker. But there's nothing wrong with glass cannon. It's still a great choice. But remember, you can add armor on kill. You can add weapon handling. You can even run the rail splitter without a damage talent. So yeah, no, it's a double-edged sword for sure, Joseph. Yeah, but like I was saying earlier, I mean, I died a ton running build 2 and 3. Probably more than build 1, actually, and you could say, well, that's because the enemy was dead and that's why you lived more, but not necessarily. The point is that an all red build is just as squishy as an all red build with glass cannon. You lose your armor just as fast. If you really paid, I could do the same exercise, but put it on my own armor, like to turn the camera around and say, like, and that would actually be pretty cool. I should put that on my list of things to do. You know what I mean? But like, here's me losing my armor with glass cannon, perfect glass cannon. Here's me losing my armor with regular all red build, no glass cannon. And look at how little damage I took, and both of them were gone. Now the reason why I can't do that is the enemy's strength is a variable, and so I'd have to, try to count how many bullets they landed. So if I landed 3 bullets, if he landed 3 bullets on me and one of them is my head and the other one lands 2 bullets, both on my body, I wouldn't be able to really, it'd be hard to tell. So that'd be a hard test, but yeah, I mean, but it is less forgiving. I think like where glass cannon gets me is when I push too hard. For instance, like I see an enemy and I want to finish my clip out on him, right? And I'll be like, but I stay out of cover just too long. I'm taking damage and I'm cool with it because I'm like, I got him. But I'll take one more bullet than I could have resisted, and I'm dead. And that's where glass cannon gets me. Which is usually my fault. I should have dropped, right? But Black Point, there is a yellow dilemma build. And now that I got a second, I think I can grab that for you. It's called Juice, maybe. No, that was Hunter's Fury. Yeah, I got it. Found it. It's, it's all right. It's not one of my favorites, though. I do like the Striker one better, just in case you're wondering. There's nothing wrong with it, but Negotiator skill damage. Here it comes, Black Point. The reason why I like it is like, you know, the negotiator, you're not as strong with negotiators as you think you are. I mean, most of you know this. Striker, you're stronger with Striker, right? It's just that, like, so 1v1s, you have a better chance in a 1v1 with Striker than you do with negotiators. And so negotiators is faster at clearing the floor or the checkpoint, right? Because you can kill multiple enemies at once, and so which is why it's really good for speed running. But you could also accomplish a near time to what you could do with negotiators. You know, so Strikers is good, and Strikers gives you more power. You definitely have more power output. And so the one thing about negotiators that frustrates me the most is that, you know, you get all this crit hit damage per kill, and then when the fight is over, it resets, and you got to get, and the cap is 20 kills, and some checkpoints don't even have 20 enemies for you to kill, and so some checkpoints you don't even peek out, and so it's obviously an amazing set. It's an amazing set, right? It's actually one of my favorites originally, but for me, I do like Strikers better, and I think Strikers also pans out better in a hybrid set with the negotiators, and partially that's because of the backpack scenario. I think that you don't have to run the memento, but it works out really nicely for that extra skill tier and weapon damage core, and negotiators pans out really nicely with the negotiators backpack. But I think I ran the negotiators chest piece also, and that's also a really cool way to play, but I can't remember how I finished out in that build I just sent over to you, but check that out. Let me know what you think. There's multiple ways to go, but cool, everybody. I'm gonna hang my hat there on that. Hopefully that was helpful. It took a while, but appreciate it, everybody. Catch you later.
Tuxedo out.